Hello, everyone. My name is Nikki Miller from Travel with Nikki and Your Voyage Vocation. And I am super excited to be here on Host Week to tell you the one thing that you should be doing for 2024 is charging fees and getting comfortable with charging fees for your services. If you've ever wondered if it's time for you to start charging fees, if you've had these signs and symptoms, the answer is a yes. So if you've told your bestie that you are done working for free and being everyone's Google, if you're done with clients asking for quotes, completely ghosting you just to see them take that trip anyway on Facebook, if you hear the saying, pick your brain one more time, and you're going to scream, that's a really good sign that it is time for you to start charging fees. And especially if you've been in this industry a little bit and all of a sudden you're really just not enjoying it, you're not having fun, and you're thinking of leaving, fees might be what flip you and keep you in this awesome, awesome industry. So what are fees? So fees are not for a booking. That's what we get our commission for. Fees are for the value that you as a human being provide to your traveler. So they give you the compensation for the advice, for the support, for the representation that you're providing for your clients. So the fees are compensating you for all of your knowledge, your life experience, and everything that you've done to make yourself a professional in this industry. One thing to really know is that if you don't think you are worth a fee, your clients are not going to think you're worth a fee. So you have to understand your value that you provide to your clients and consistently deliver on it. One thing that I talk with a lot of travel advisors about is to stop apologizing for your fee. You need to stop saying, I'm going to have to charge you. I'm sorry, but my fee is blank. You know, you're having your conversation, you're like, oh, but I've got to charge you a fee for those flights that I'm booking, or I need to charge you a fee. Those are all things that are showing you're not comfortable with your fee yet, that you're a little anxious around it, and you could use some help and support and kind of like a cheat sheet to get you through talking with fees to your clients. So we want to stop saying those, apologetic words and being iffy and confident about our fee and start saying, hey, I've got a service package for that. Or that option is totally included in my concierge services. You can hire me to do that for you. And let me send over my packages. Once you've settled the invoice, I'll get started on that proposal for you. So those all display a lot of confidence. Be confident in the fee that you're charging. You're worth it. You've put in the time, you've put in the education, you've got the experiences and made the connections. Be confident in that fee. You are worth that fee. Now, a lot of advisors will ask me, what do I charge? How do I charge it? There is no set amount for a fee. You have to do what works best for you and your agency. I did come up with a little quick formula here just to give you a starting point. So if you take an average of 6 hours on a trip and you want to make $70 an hour, 6 times 70, $420 for that package. Good thing to note here is that the advisor take-home pay of that, if you're using Profit First, is $210. So really think of, what is the agency getting? What am I getting as an individual? If you have more questions about Profit First and money management, just let me know. Happy to help and chat with anyone at any time. When you're picking a number for a fee, something's better than nothing. And, whatever you're comfortable with, start with that, or as I would say, add about $20. And that's a great starting point. You can always increase your fee. So I, just really want you to know that you should not spend the rest of your career punishing yourself just because a client who couldn't see your value made you doubt your worth. You are worth those fees. You have great value that provide to your travelers. You're going to get a lot of information here on Host Week, and feel free to reach out to me with any additional questions you have. You can visit the Host Week promotions page, which I know the link is everywhere, to find out more about me and how I can help you with your business. So now let's start today's Host Week presentations. Off to you, Steph.
Or should I say Councilwoman Nikki, because that is right, everyone. You are not just talking to Nikki Miller, with the owner of Travel with Nikki. You are talking to the newest city council member of Portage, Michigan. So big congrats to Nikki. I'm not sure if you're in the comments. I don't know if I saw you yet, but that was super exciting. If I was in Michigan, I would have voted for her. Now, fees are a crazy important topic and one that every advisor should be thinking about and educating themselves on. So thank you, Nikki. That's great advice. We are going to link to in the comments an article that Mary wrote up that is fantastic, called A Travel Agent's Guide to Charging Fees. My favorite part of it is that it gives verbiage from over 100 advisors. They say exactly the verbiage they use when they tell their clients that they are charging a fee, amongst a lot of other information in there. So check that out. It is Tuesday. We are back. I'm hopefully not losing my voice. The Heart team is live. We're up and at 'em again for another fabulous day of Host Week. I am Steph Lee. I'm your MC for the week. And if you joined us yesterday, welcome back. For those of you that are joining us today for the first time, we're so happy that you are here. And we have very exciting news. So we broke our registration record this year, and we officially passed 2,500 registrants yesterday. So thank you all for joining us. And please, if you have a colleague that you think would enjoy Host Week, please send them this way. We are on a tight schedule this morning, but a few logistics to take care of before we jump into our keynote. I'll address the first question we always get, which is, when are you going to show the pictures of my pets that I sent in, or your office mascots? The answer to that is soon. We'll be popping them in throughout the day, and you can send your pet in. I just got word from Mary that I think we may have a lamb. I think we have a goat. We've got another horse. So whether it's your office plant that's your mascot, or a sheep or a horse or a dog or a cat, send them over to Mary at hostagencyreviews.com and keep an eye out for them throughout the week. And then for those of you that tuned in yesterday, you know that you were treated to a very special treat. There were the acoustic delights from the South High Community Band, and you'll be hearing from them again later today, so make sure to stick around for that fun. Another common question, actually the most common question that we get, is, will this be recorded? And yes, the live streams are recorded, and you can watch them right away. So right now you could rewind back and you could watch from the beginning if you wanted. And you can do this all while eating a pint of Ben & Jerry's ice cream, which is my new favorite thing to do after we sign off. I know that Mary focuses on chocolate cake during Host Week when we sign off, and I don't know what Abby or Rita do for their Host Week treat of choice, or Juan. But I would love to hear what yours is, how you kind of decompress after a full day of Host Weeking. So go ahead, share in the comments what you binge on after a long day of Host Week fun. I am really hoping there is another half-baked Ben & Jerry's ice cream person out there, because it is so good and we can bond over our love of it. Now, if you happen to have logged in and caught this on LinkedIn or Facebook, know that the real party is happening over at the YouTube channel. That's where all the chatting is happening. I am not just responding to myself, and because it's pretty dead over in those channels. Other logistics to note on YouTube: if you are watching the recorded version on your phone, you can turn on the live comments so you can see the links that the Heart team adds throughout the days and all the conversations. You just need to turn that on in the comments. And then the last YouTube thing to mention: if throughout the day you left and you came back and you feel like the comments are out of sync with what's happening, you're like, what are they talking about? Make sure that the little red play bar at the bottom of YouTube is all the way to the right, and that should fix your problem. If you haven't already, go ahead and register at hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek, and we will send you the email with the daily agenda every morning and a link where you can watch the fun. And if you're really fancy, we can even text you the link if you want. So very, very magical stuff going on here. And then the last piece of housekeeping is our specials page had a little glitch in it where some of the specials weren't showing. So if you checked it out and you're like, oh, shoot, they don't have a special, that may not be true. Go back, check it out. We will put a link to the specials in the comments so you can check it out. We have a super great lineup for you today, full of education across the spectrum. We hope that you stick around with us throughout the day. Our keynote today is focusing on how travel advisors can stop human trafficking, which is a serious subject, but it's an important subject that we're educated on. So I know it is an area that I do not know a ton about. So I am thrilled to have Sabrina Stratford joining us to teach us more. Welcome, Sabrina.
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to be here. So I'm just going to go ahead and dive right in, Steph.
Let's do it.
Okay. So what we know is that travel advisors are rising up to be warriors in the fight against human trafficking. You're the first line of defense, and that's why I'm so excited to share this information with you. And of course, my first slide is not going to advance, so let me get that negotiated. There we go. Okay. So we have to identify who the enemy is in the art of war. We need to understand who the enemy is. We need to understand that human trafficking is a $150 billion a year industry. You're reading that right. So as far as illicit trade, the only thing bigger is the drug industry. And of course, they go hand in hand. There are 40.3 million people in modern slavery today. And just to give you an idea about that, that is like 5 Switzerlands. So let's define our terms, whether it's sex trafficking or labor trafficking. What we're talking about is the exploitation of vulnerabilities. So a person uses force, fraud, or coercion to compel a person into labor or services. So in sex trafficking, that's typically commercial sex. And then that sex act is typically photographed or videotaped for redistribution. And then in labor trafficking, people who are victims of labor trafficking, victims truly are slaves. Our corporate responsibility in terms of human trafficking, this is our moral and ethical obligation to examine how we can mitigate human trafficking. So we look at our own organizations, we look at our supply chain, our sphere of influence, who we're serving, and we need to consider how we can mitigate human trafficking. And the good news is that everybody does seem today that they want to take corporate responsibility. It's not just enough to have a good job or have a good position. We really want to make a difference in the world, and that is our corporate responsibility. Now, why it matters in tourism, there's just some fascinating data points. So trafficking in hospitality, understand that about 80% of arrests that are made in human trafficking are made at hotels. And that makes sense because traffickers rely on hotels to stay anonymous. They're moving around a lot. They move their victims around a lot. Specifically in sex trafficking, when they have a victim, they will frequently go town to town and post up at a room and have their women in there, and then they'll post ads on Craigslist, and that's how they run their business. So that's why so many arrests are made in hospitality. Additionally, labor trafficking is huge in the hospitality industry. Labor traffickers usually operate in groups, and so they'll have cleaning teams, maintenance, catering, and of course, we see all of these in hospitality. And so our HR departments need to be keenly aware that if you are working with these types of teams, you need to do background checks and understand where your people are coming from. So trafficking, I was surprised when I started volunteering for the Colorado Human Trafficking Hotline that about half of the calls are labor trafficking. And the way this typically plays out is a migrant is brought across the border with a coyote or a human smuggler, and they're put to work. And so their passport's taken from them or their ID is taken from them. And the way they motivate them to keep working is, you will work or I'll kill your family. That's basically how it works. They then run up a debt, so now you have the debt that I got you across the border. I'm going to take care of you and feed you and house you. And so your debt keeps rising and you'll never be able to pay it off. So that's how labor trafficking works. And like I mentioned, in the tourism industry, if you see a housekeeper who works 7 days a week, I mean, you always see them, or a maintenance team who is always in dirty clothes, or they're, sleeping in their trucks. These are cautionary tales that we need to take a closer look at. Now, when it comes to sex trafficking, sadly, we're number one. The United States is number one for sex trafficking. So here are the data points. Sex trafficking is in all 50 states. A quarter of the victims are children. And this data point says 7 in 10 victims are female. Now, as the mother of a son, what that means to me is, 30% of the victims are male. So it is not limited to just women and children. It's also males. So defining our terms a little more, what we used to call child pornography is now called child sexual abuse material. So when you hear the term CSAM, that's what we're talking about. Also understand that trafficking doesn't necessarily mean that someone's going to be loaded up in the back of a truck and taken somewhere or found in the back of a van. It does not mean transportation. Trafficking is just that illegal force, fraud, or coercion for an illegal act of service. The children who are victims of child pornography frequently fall as victims of sextortion. So the way that works is they'll be playing a game online or on social media, and predators have everything they need to take advantage. They know where a child goes to school, who their parents are, who their teachers are, and then that child might be posting about being sad or mad at their parents, and that's everything a predator needs to target them. Then, of course, they pose as whoever would appeal to that child. So a boy might all of a sudden get a DM from an attractive girl, who, of course, they're being catfished, but they have no way of knowing this. Now the predators are using technology. They're using artificial intelligence, and they'll have AI chatbots that handle this entire conversation to step in and take over. And what they're doing is they're pushing for a nude photo or video. And once they get that, and believe me, most of the time the child complies because, hey, they're sending it to this hot girl. But once they get that photo, they own them. Now I'm going to blackmail you and you're going to send me money or another photo or a video, or you're going to meet me somewhere. So that's how CSAM is working. And believe me, CSAM or pornography is the foundation of sex trafficking. The research shows that users of pornography, it's kind of like, think about how drugs and alcohol, you can reach a tolerance. Same thing with pornography. So the algorithms know that in order to keep their audience, they have to keep pushing younger victims and more violent scenarios. So that's what we're looking at with CSAM. Okay, so I'm going to make the heaviest statement here, and then we'll move past it and we'll talk about how we're going to become warriors. But I just want to understand why we need to understand these indicators. Research shows that when someone's sex trafficked, on average, they're raped 6,000 times. So we're gonna fight. This is why we want to fight, and we can. We just have to need to understand what's going on. So in your customer interactions, and these can be face-to-face or on the phone, these are some of the things you want to look at. Now, as you look at this list, you're thinking, okay, well, these are all pretty common, and they are. No one thing is going to mean that you're dealing with a victim or a predator. However, if you start stacking these up, if your intuition tells you that something's wrong, you want to pay close attention. So when minors are traveling alone, you want to ask questions about their itinerary. Why are they traveling alone? Where are they going? What are they going to do when they get there? And if they are avoiding at all costs telling you what's happening, that's cautionary. If they have an unusual travel itinerary that's booked one way, obviously that happens a lot. But if that's just something that might this is going to add to a red flag scenario. If it's last minute, or they, don't have any, have not booked any luggage, and it's, like I say, one way, that could be that they're being sent somewhere with a predator. If you're talking to two people and one person is telling one story and another person is telling a completely different story, look for those inconsistencies in their travel details. We know that people like to travel in large groups, but sometimes in these sex trafficking rings, they'll have a large group that's being moved around, but all of the accommodations and travel is booked through one single person, and that person is kind of like a dictator. So look for that. If they're wanting to pay with cash or pay apps or use multiple credit cards to pay, that can stack on. And then if they don't, if they're really reluctant to share anything personal about themselves, or they're just really cold when you're asking them about, their travel plans, that can be part of the red flag. And then obvious signs of distress. I mean, if you're talking to somebody who can't make eye contact, if you're, face to face with them or on a Zoom meeting, or showing signs of distress, then obviously these are our warning signs. So who are the vulnerable targets? Understand that anybody can be a victim of sex trafficking or labor trafficking. And when I say anybody, I was so surprised in manning the Colorado Human Trafficking Hotline, how many of the sex trafficking victims are women in their 50s. So everybody has a type, I'll say that. But we can look at vulnerable targets that statistically show up more as victims. So when you think of runaways, they're broke, they're hungry, and a sex trafficker will come and provide that for them, and then they're under their thumb. So our homeless community, that same thing, they're vulnerable targets. If you have foster children or children from young parent homes or single family homes, these are the targets that predators know that may not get the kind of attention that everyone else gets, and it just makes them a bigger target. Two of the common scenarios that we see: the Romeo and the CEO. So just to kind of give you an idea of what the Romeo scenario looks like. If a predator knows that somebody is lonely and looking for romance, male or female, then they come in and say, I want to be your girlfriend or your boyfriend or girlfriend, and I'm going to provide you with nice gifts. I'm going to take you places. I'm going to love you. And then they lower the hammer, they lower the boom and say, if you loved me, you would turn this trick to pay for our rent. Hey, I've been supporting you all this time. Now you need to pay the rent. So just this one time, you're going to have sex with my friend. Well, then the next thing you know, they've got the Craigslist listing and a hotel room booked, and they are complete victims. It is shocking to me how many women have called in and their trafficker is their husband. And then you've got the CEO, and that's the promise of the dream job. They recognize that this person needs money, that they're down and out, or that their family needs money, and they lure them with this job. Hey, you can be the hero and you'll be able to send money home if you work with me. And then, of course, it's into that labor trafficking scenario where their debt just increases. You've got to pay for the hotel room, you've got to pay for your food, and they're just never able to pay off their debt. So those are two common scenarios. All right, so how do we spot these warning signs? Again, these are signs that this looks, quite innocent. It's just that if they start to stack up, trust your instinct. So if you're, looking at somebody who, so on a construction site at the hotel or anywhere, actually, if you see a team show up and then they're actually sleeping in the building that they're working on, that's a big sign of labor trafficking. If somebody's traveling and they're not able to speak for themselves, I mean, that's something that as a transit monitor in the airports in Anchorage, Alaska, that was our #1 red flag. If we were speaking to somebody and they were just unable to answer for themselves, that was a big red flag. Obvious signs of abuse are something that you would want to look at. But also if you ask for, their ID information or their passport and they have to get it from somebody else, red flag. If they're not in control of their money and can't pay, they have to rely on somebody else to send them the credit card number. All of these inconsistencies start to stack up. Now, you are the gatekeepers to the journey. So we can actually look at destinations that are big on trafficking, and we can serve two communities here. We can serve the people that we're, tourists, and let them know, hey, you are entering a high traffic zone, and make them aware. And believe me, they're going to appreciate that. And then also, you are potentially serving a potential victim. If you can understand that these areas stacked with those warning signs equals a red flag. So when you look at the border regions, we look at what's going on at the southern border, law enforcement is so stretched. How could we possibly keep sex trafficking from happening? So that's just a given. In economic and tourist destinations, you've got a high transient community. And so people really like to hide in those communities where nobody knows if you're a local. If it's a high poverty area, again, this is a vulnerable target. And so that's where the predators move in, and they know that these people need money, and so that they'll become a big target. Red light districts are common because that's that commercial sex piece where there might be a bigger group or, bigger pimps that take over and put them to work in these red light districts. And then sadly, in our agricultural regions, in Colorado, we get labor trafficking from dairy farms, and the weed farms, are real big on people who are being labor trafficked. So again, none of these are worrisome areas. It's just that when it stacks up, this is a big destination for trafficking. And if those warning signs line up with these areas, you want to pay attention. Now, we've all heard that sex trafficking happens, or human trafficking happens at the Super Bowl. And to a degree, that is certainly true. And here's why. So if somebody is being groomed online, and they're, building up, and now I want to meet you, what better place to meet than at a big event with a lot of people, and especially for kids. Hey, Dad, I'm just going to go get a hot dog. Hey, Dad, I'm just going to the ladies' room. And that's where they're meeting the trafficker, and they're never seen from again. So that actually does happen. And then the other aspect of that is that any of, concerts and conferences, it's the, hey, I'm out of town and nobody knows what I'm doing. So what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So that demand for sex workers goes up, the ads start increasing. And that's that cycle of, well, I've got all of these customers looking for sex, and now I've got to go get my victims. So how do we support the victims? First and foremost, we never, ever, ever confront a predator. Not only are you putting yourself at risk, but you're putting that victim at risk. Because if they're not going to take it out on you, they're going to say, hey, oh, you tipped her off, or you tipped him off, and now I'm going to take it out on you. So we never want to do that. What we do is we call our resources. I mean, if those red flags are waving, somebody is bruised and they're not making eye contact and don't have their passport, you need to call 911. But if you have questions and you just have a feeling and you want to kind of hash this out, call the National Human Trafficking Hotline. So I would recommend putting that number in your contacts. Also, your state has a human trafficking hotline that's specific to your state. So I man the Colorado Human Trafficking Hotline, and every state has one. Make sure that number's in your phone. You can also text, and you can even hold chats with experts who kind of can walk you through these things. Now, an important piece on this, if you're going to call 911 or even the Human Trafficking Hotline, document the reason you're calling them. So you're making notes, this person paid me in 3 credit cards, and they won't tell me why they're going to Mexico, whatever, or they're going to Anchorage, Alaska, whatever it might be. Make your notes on why you think this is problematic, and that is really going to help the person who's going to provide a resource for that victim. And we can be proactive. So I highly recommend looking in your region, in your town, in your state, and finding out the NGOs that are serving these vulnerable communities. There are non-government organizations that are specifically serving victims or serving the people that become victims. So it's serving the homeless community, serving foster home victims of violence. So whatever it is, if you reach out ahead of time or at least know where to go, that's going to serve you well. And then also, most law enforcement teams in every town have a human trafficking team. So if you proactively reach out to them, you're just going to be way ahead of the game and comfortable to contact them when, not if, when you come across a victim or a predator. Corporate heroes. The reason this is a win-win is, think about it. We're not only helping potential victims, but we're helping our teams. Everybody. There's been a lot of research done that says, especially with millennials, they don't want just a job. They really want to serve social justice. And so by raising awareness and educating ourselves, we're helping our teams win. We're helping ourselves win. We're raising awareness for our own families. And side benefit, we're helping our business. Because once the community knows that you're aware and alert and that you are serving the community, that's a win-win-win. So this is when we become proactive. We start looking at our organization and just ask yourself right now, did I know any of this? What am I going to do about it? Does my organization have any awareness of human trafficking? Kind of give yourself, grade yourself. How am I doing? Am I an A+ or am I an F or something in between? And then you can decide what needs to happen next. And you can have myself, someone who can come in and assess what's going on, or I'm about to give you a bunch of online resources. So there's no excuses not to be proactive. So if you go online and look at the National Human Trafficking Hotline, just put that into a search engine, and it's going to pop up so many resources. But again, here's that information that you really need to put into your telephone. Put it under human trafficking or sex trafficking or whatever's going to trigger in your brain, that you can quickly get to it so that you can make that call or start a live chat with someone and start talking about your concerns and what you can do about it. You can also hang these posters around your office or distribute them within your teams. And then I just highly recommend continued training and education, because these traffickers are so smart. I mentioned artificial intelligence. I mean, gone are the days of pulling up with a van and puppies. I'm sure it does still happen, but believe me, they are so much smarter than that. And they're using every tool they have to get to victims. And so we want to stay one step ahead of the game. So there are groups like Exodus Cry, and they have gone hard after the people who are selling that child sexual abuse material, and they are making a big impact. They now have it to where most pornography sites have to actually verify the age of the users. That all came from, little grassroots efforts from organizations like Exodus Cry. But any of these organizations are going to give you a lot of prevention and intervention resources, tools, education, and just keep searching it out. Specific to tourism, there's one called thecode.org, and they're just specific to travel and tourism. And so the resources that they supply, and there's even a membership that you can get yourself involved in, but they're going to help keep children safe by getting you involved and giving you everything you need in this industry to become a warrior. And so finally, I will say, so what happens next? The big thing I can say is a few months ago, I had a great opportunity to give a TEDx talk on protecting our kids from online predators. So I'll say this, at least start at home. Start with your family, start with yourself, start with your kids. And my talk just tells you how you can have conversation with your kids to keep them safe. But if we all just focused on keeping ourselves safe, then that takes care of everything else. Above that and beyond that, we want to keep our organization and our teams and educated. But if we just start at home, we're going to be making a huge impact, and we can become the warriors in the fight against human trafficking. And I think I got through that quickly enough that where if we do have any questions and answers, we have time to take them.
Yes. Thank you so much Sabrina for coming in to talk about such an important topic. I know for those of you that have tuned in, it is a heavy topic, as we mentioned, but it is an important topic. And one of the beautiful things about having a platform and owning a business is you can use your platform. You can use your business for things that you're passionate about and making a difference. So hopefully people picked up a lot of great information today. I know I did. And I think for one of the things for advisors to think about now that we all know a little bit more about human trafficking is talking to our partners, the hoteliers, the different tour operators, and see what their policies are on human trafficking and putting the pressure on them to be putting things in place. And like Sabrina said, when you're on property inspections, looking for any of those red flags that Sabrina mentioned, and putting another thing I was thinking advisors could do is putting the information about human trafficking on your website to educate any clients that come.
Yes.
You don't need to send it out to everyone necessarily if that feels uncomfortable, but having that available for people that want it, and then adding the phone numbers and giving people the tip to add this to your phone if you see anything. And Sabrina, we did have a question come in we have the national hotline, but what about if it's international? Where's the best place to reach out to report anything?
You can actually start with that national hotline, and then you can give them the region because they have all of the resources. I mean, like even if you called the Colorado Human Trafficking Hotline, I would be able to connect you with resources because we've got a database, a resource database. And so you can find, or just, put that in your search engine, but that's kind of a direct line to the tools you need.
That's perfect. And I had a quick question myself because I was curious. So when you mentioned some of the payment red flags, I'm assuming the payments they're using aren't stolen credit cards. Am I right there?
No, I mean, a lot of times it'll be their own credit card because they're not paying for anything nefarious. They're paying for travel. It's just that maybe they're using, 3 different credit cards from 3 different victims, so they spread it out,
Gotcha. Okay. Well, let me see if we have any other questions that come in. Hold on. Oops. I forgot to pull this up. So,
well, it's as you said, Steph, I'm often not surprised when questions don't come in because it is so heavy. I find that people just kind of have to sit with this information sometimes and go, oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's heavy. It seems like, host week, we like to have a lot of fun here.
Yeah.
But so it seems like, oh, wow, they brought in something really heavy. But I think all of us are appreciating the power that we have in making a change here, especially being in the travel industry.
For sure.
So we do have a question. Is there a slide with the pertinent info that could be shared with us? Rachel, Sabrina, would you be willing to share some of these slides with us and we'll link to it in our... Perfect. So Rachel, what we'll do is at the end of the week, we send out a link to... that has a link to all of the presentations and then also the relevant links. So we will put a link to Sabrina's slides in there for you. So keep an eye out for that. Make sure that you're registered to get that. And Sabrina, I know at sabrinastratford.com, there's more information, and definitely check out the TEDx talk. So thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, everyone, we're going to take a break because just like Sabrina said, that was a lot of information to digest and it was heavy information. Go ahead. We're going to take a break for just a few minutes. We'll be back for our Consortia interviews when we get started. We'll see you soon. We are going to get started in just a second with our Get to Know a Consortium segment. But first, a few important things to mention before we jump in. A big thank you to our weekly sponsors, KHM Travel Group, who will be doing their Meet the Host interview on Wednesday. We have Levarte Travel, who has their interview this afternoon, Lucia and Globus Family of Brands. And then we have a daily sponsorship today from NextGen Travel Group, who will be doing their Host Week interview tomorrow. So tune in. And along with thanking the sponsors, I just want to take a moment to say that this entire event is put on by an amazing team, and we are a surprisingly small team for what Host Week is. There are just 5 of us working on it. We introduced them yesterday, but we put Host Week on in addition to our regular jobs, and the love and the effort that Mary, Rita, Abby, and Juan put into this event deserves tons of recognition, even if their faces are not plastered all over your screen the way that mine is. And I also want to say a big thank you to all of our partners and our support networks that help make this possible by watching the kids, that allow us to work way more than normal, or in my case, making sure that my diet doesn't consist solely of Ben & Jerry's half-baked ice cream during Host Week. That's right, Paul, I'm talking to you. So a big round of applause for the HAR team and to our support networks. Thank you so, so much so that we are able to put on Host Week. All right, folks, next up is our Get to Know a Consortia section. So we have 6 total interviews this week. And for those not familiar exactly with what a consortium is, we will drop a link in the comments to an article that explains the role that they play in the industry, because it is important. These interviews are great to tune into if you're looking to get your own accreditation and want to go direct. But I'm telling you that for everyone looking for a host, it is also important to tune in these, because understanding what your host consortium brings to the table can be another filter to help you narrow down your host agencies. So let's see, on the docket today is a interview with the consortium Travelsavers, and they were founded in 1970s. They were a little different from the others we interviewed yesterday. So they are looking for agencies that are storefronts and have at least $1 million in sales. And the important thing to remember here is if that you are an IC going with a host agency, you do not need to meet those requirements. That is only if you are joining direct. But if you are looking for a host agency that is a member of Travelsavers, you can always go to their profile, go to the Travelsavers profile on host agency reviews. And then if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll be able to see their host members. And now I am going to hand it over to my alter ego recorded Steph, who I want to warn you ahead of time. I was sick when I was recording this, and so I sound like a frog. So prepare yourselves. Hello, everybody. Steph Lee, founder of Host Agency Reviews. Welcome to the Meet the Consortia section. So apologies, Nancy and I are actually both having colds right now. So you're all very, very lucky, but we are going to bring the fun. So Nancy, SVP over at Travelsavers, thank you for joining us for Host Week.
Oh, my pleasure, Steph. Thanks so much for having me. Like we said, we're both battling colds here, but we'll get through this.
I know it's the winter cold. Well, let's see. So can you tell us about what are the most popular programs that your host agency members, ICs, can access and that are kind of unique to your consortium?
Okay, that's actually a great question, and one that we get asked a lot. We're always asked, what tools do you have? What programs do you have? Resources that, can help not only the ICs, but, the agencies build their business. Keeping in mind that Travelsavers is not a host. We are a consortium, and we are founded by a gentleman, Rick Mazza, who was an agency owner himself. So our Travelsavers division is serving the needs exclusively of those agencies who have office locations. We do have Nest, which is our home-based division, but is very separate. So within Travelsavers, we have many agencies who are hosts and do have ICs. So many of the tools and programs that we offer can be utilized by the ICs and have been designed specifically for those agencies to offer better tools and programs to their IC network. So that being said, the resources are extensive, starting from, for instance, our direct mail. There's a complimentary direct mail program, which can be utilized by the ICs. They could have their own allotment, but then additionally, we provide them with all of the digital assets, so they can just click and go with matching those direct mail programs. They have all of the social media content, all of the videos, all of the microsites that is a mirror image of those direct mail pieces that they can market and create their own little business and drive leads to themselves. Additionally, all of our technology has been built by us for our agency members and can also be utilized at either an agency or an IC level. What we're hearing so much recently are the need for a cruise booking engine. That's for some reason has, become really the buzz question right now. I'm very proud to say that we have developed all of our own technology. It's all proprietary. So not only do the agents have their own cruise booking tool that they can utilize, but it's built into a larger platform, which also provides them with the ability to earn on air. It also incorporates all of our hotel rates, both our net hotel rates, our global program, and also our luxury amenities program. Additionally, that all can then be utilized and pulled into a quote or an itinerary. So we give you this multi-level type of platform, which you have your cruise, hotel, air, tour booking engine, but then it also serves as an itinerary builder and a quote tool as well. And this is all complementary to our agency affiliates. Additionally, we have our luxury program, which is our affluent traveler collection level program, because many ICs right now, that's the niche that they're developing, and that's where their customer base is. So we give them additional marketing as well as additional lead generating opportunities within that market. And last but certainly not least is our travel club program. This is very, very unique to Travelsavers, and one that is always extremely popular with both our agencies and those who do have that host model or have ICs that are looking to really create something unique, a loyalty program for any of their groups or clients that they're working with. Again, it's a complimentary program. We do all the work. We put it together for you. You can customize these tools with your logos. To us, it's all about giving you the tools to build your business. And that's really the massive resource that we have developed and provide to our affiliate members today.
That's perfect. I didn't know about your loyalty program, so that's great to know. Thank you. All right, next question. So tell us about some of the training opportunities that you offer, whether they be for agencies that are joining you directly or those that are specific to help ICs grow their business.
Sure. We are the foundation of everything that we do is built on support and partnership. So there are a tremendous amount of training opportunities, but I think most unique to us is that we assign a dedicated business analyst to every agency who in turn is going to work with the agency owner to really develop and customize a program for their business. So that training and that support extends beyond just the owner. For all of the ICs and all of the agents, we custom create all of the training and the support for each agency. So whether you need individual training on any of our tools so that you can best utilize them and take advantage of them, or if you need sales training or any other type of support and training, we will provide that one-on-one. But beyond that, that personalized training, there are also many different opportunities to network and get together regionally. So we offer different events regionally that are, say, lunch and learns. Cocktails and Conversations was a new meeting opportunity that we provided. We're just developing different different meetings and different opportunities for the agents to get together. Additionally, also our luxury, our Affluent Travel Collection luxury program that I mentioned earlier, for those agencies who are developing that niche. We also have annually our luxury symposium. So those agencies get together and have the opportunity to not only network with each other, but meet with all of the top suppliers in that market as well, the executives, so that they can learn more about the suppliers and the opportunities to grow that business further. And then, of course, we have our global conference, which, because we're such a massive organization, we bring everyone together on a semi-annual basis. Not every year, but on the in-between years, we have our global conference. Last but not least is CORE, which is our new to industry training program. We have partnered with the Travel Institute to further develop out and build different modules onto what we've white labeled from them, and added different modules such as the insurance piece and all of the legal understanding that you need to have when you're entering the business, different sales opportunities. So this has really become the gold standard in training now. It's an online curriculum, which has become very, very successful. But not only are you given an online opportunity, I think what really is going to drive the success of any training program is that we mentor it. We have someone there who is, a live person who's going to answer your questions, be there for you, to support you, to encourage you, to ensure that you get through the program successfully. And then, because Travelsavers is a group of agencies, we also use that because we hear constantly that they need more help. They need more agents. So this is not only a great opportunity for agents to either further develop their skills, go back and refresh their education. The new to industry are finding this to be a great way to jumpstart their careers. But then additionally, we're able to place those agents within one of our agencies, or offer it as an opportunity for our agency members to hire newly
Really
trained help.
nice. Yeah, that's fantastic. So kind of moving into your company culture. So you're a family-run organization. What are your top 3 values, and how do you feel like that contributes to the culture over at Travelsavers?
Absolutely. And I gave this a lot of thought, because at the heart of everything that we do are so many different values, that have become the foundation of our organization. As I mentioned earlier, we were started by a gentleman. Our founder was an agency owner himself, so built this program knowing what he wanted. And I think one of the most important things to us is partnership. That value was at our core right from the start, that we always believed in very powerful, strong partnerships. Because if we don't support each other, and it's not the right partnership for you, it's not going to help grow either of our businesses. So that is ultimately the most important, is that you do have that partner who is there at your side every step of the way. And then that leads into the next value, which I think is critically important, is that support. Because without the support, the partnership is not going to have the same value to you or to us. And that is really critical to all of our success. But as you mentioned, we are a family-run business. So I think loyalty is truly at the heart of everything that we do. And I say this to agencies all the time, but what really warms my heart is that I hear it from our affiliate members constantly, that as massive of a resource and a company that we are, they truly feel like they are part of our family, because of that close-knit relationship we have, the high level of service. We want to ensure that we're there to support you and every step of the way to help you grow your business. So our agency affiliates are an extension of our family, and we within our team too. I've been here for 25 years. Most of my team has been here for a very long time as well. So not only are our affiliates like our family, we are truly one big family internally. And I think that just resonates with everyone.
Yeah, that speaks loads that you've been there for a long time and many of your colleagues have. Well, let's see. So, in our survey that we do every year, and for those of you that are listening that have not taken the survey, make sure to sign up. We'll put the link in the comments. But in the survey that we do every year, the number one challenge for advisors is finding clients. And this is whether they're new or experienced. So, what is your one pro tip for people that are having trouble finding new clients?
Sure. I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier too. It's a matter of having the right resources and the right partnership so that you ensure that you are armed with the tools that you need to market to your clients and to find new clients, lead generating programs. But most importantly, I think it also goes back to education, that you need to educate yourself, hone your craft, understand what it means to be a travel advisor, understand and educate yourself on the tools that your consortia or your host does have to provide you. And then also develop a niche, understand where your passion lies and develop an expertise in that field so that your passion is what's going to always translate to your clients. And that is really what's going to help you most build that loyal client base, is that they will feel your passion. And if you're
Yeah.
educated in that niche and you're passionate about it, that just transcends everything.
I agree. Passion is like when you're able to like talk and you're not even selling at that point. You're just sharing your love of a product or a destination, that really comes through to your clients. So,
Absolutely.
all right, our fun question for this year, as
Mm.
usual, it's a little wonky. So, if your company was a game, can be a board game, can be an electronic game. Some people call those video games, Steph. It could be a video game, it could be whatever you like. What would it be and why?
I thought about this and I'm going to go with Legos because
Ah,
we've got so many different programs within Travelsavers and American Marketing Group, all designed to really support a different aspect of your business. So they're like building blocks. Nothing is cookie cutter here. We're going to customize our program to fit your business model. So you can pick and choose from any one of the different building blocks or the programs that we have, and you can build your own little Lego world that is going to be appropriate and best suited for your business.
that is a really great answer, Nancy. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And last quick question. So, do you have a host week special that you will be offering to advisors?
There is nothing in particular, although we'd love to speak with everyone individually because for the most part, we don't charge fees. It's more by invitation only to ensure that the agents are a good fit for our program. So
Mhm.
it would be my pleasure to, speak with anyone one-on-one, just, help them
Yeah.
kind of figure out what's the best fit for their business model. And then we'd be happy to provide something to the agency that's more appropriate, again, for their business. Just to put a blanket offer out there, it's not going to be good for everyone. So I would prefer to have those conversations and then develop something that is going to be good for the individual agency or IC.
Perfect. And then for invitation only, just to clarify for those that are listening, that means like they can start the conversation with you and if you feel like it's a good fit. So it's not like you're going to actively go out and reach them. They should be reaching out to you if they're interested in Travel Savers. If you feel like it's a good relationship, then you come on board, right?
For sure. And thank you for clarifying that, because what I meant by that is that we have qualifying criterias, whether you're a retail agency or you are a home-based travel professional. We do have qualifying criteria for both of those divisions. So because we want to ensure that the networking opportunities are going to be a good fit for you and that it's going to be a good partnership for both of us, because there is a profit share component as well. So that profit share component is supported by those agencies who are also going to support the partnership.
That's perfect. I didn't know there was a profit share component. I'm just learning so much today, Nancy. Well, thank you so much for joining us. For those of you that are interested in learning more about Travelsavers, we will pop the link to their profile in the comments where you can read more about their program. You can see some of the requirements for joining, as well as read reviews from their advisors, which is always really helpful. So thank you again, Nancy, so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Steph. It's always great to see you, and Happy New Year to everyone, and feel better. Bye now. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, we are back and live. This is Steph Lee, founder of HAR. Thank you so much, Nancy, for coming on, talking more about Travelsavers and supporting Host Week. Those of you wondering why I have a balloon behind me, this is very exciting. These are our puppy balloons. Yesterday, I tried things out with latex balloons, which was a flop because they ran out of helium before Host Week. But we've got Mylar today. So the yellow balloon is Orion. And when you see the red balloon, that is Fennec. So for those just jumping on, yes, this is going to be recorded. And no, we have not shown any pictures of your pets yet. And it is high time we do. So Juan, pull up some of those pets for us. While we're showing off these cuties, if you're wondering how to get your adorable office mascot on the Host Week big screen, you can just email your pics over to Mary@hostagencyreviews.com. This is her full-time job. She's just looking at animal pictures all day, although she did tell me her inbox was flooded. But the way I was thinking about it was if your inbox is going to be flooded, at least it's going to be flooded with some really cute animal pictures. That's the best case scenario for all of us. So if you like what you've been seeing for Host Week, and seriously, how could you not without these cute little animals here? Go ahead and give the video a like and subscribe to our channel so you never miss out on any of the fun shenanigans we have here going on at HAR. And do you know what time it is? Well, Rita's schedule says I'm very behind, so it is time for me to get into the Get to Know a Host segment. So for those of you joining us for the first time today, here's the drill when it comes to the host interviews. Similar to the Consortia interviews, we ask each host agency the exact same questions. Some are stereotypical ones that help you learn about their programs, but then we always have our fun question. And please, I've been seeing people doing this, answering or asking questions in the comments. Don't be afraid to ask your questions. Almost all of the host agencies will have someone in the comments that can answer them for you. And our first host today is one of our weekly sponsors. So an extra big thank you and welcome to Levarte Travel. Their team has been incredibly supportive of Host Week. And so big applause here from me, as well as hopefully in the comments. Levarte is a member of Travelsavers, who we just chatted with. So for those that missed that, rewind a little bit to hear more about Levarte's consortium. And I'm not going to spoil any more for you. I'm going to leave it to Mary to get the dish for us on Levarte's favorite game. Mary, do your thing.
Welcome back. It's Mary Stein with Host Agency Reviews, and we're going strong with our Host Week festivities and our host interviews. And I have the privilege to be sitting with Lori Spears. She's the owner of Levarte Travel. And I've learned Lori's an old pro at Friday 15s and being like one of our #1 visitors to HAR recordings. And so I've learned over the time that Levarte is e-travel spelled backwards. And so Lori, thank you for joining us. I really look forward to picking your brain and learning more about Levarte.
Well, thank you for having me. I absolutely love Host Agency Week. It's Host Week. I'm so excited and love that we get this opportunity to have a little interview together and answer some questions.
Yeah, let's jump in. Yeah. The first question is one of my favorite questions. And I'm wondering, Lori, if you can tell us a success story about an advisor with Levarte Travel and how you help them grow.
Oh my gosh, I have so many. To limit it to 2, I'm going to give you 2. It's hard because I have done this for many, many years, and it's my passion. This is what I love, are the success stories, right? One agent in particular, I don't have to tell names, but she was new to the industry, and we did a FAM and we took her to Dubai. But what really set out for her is, what really made a difference in her is she learned how to invest in her business. and she learned the right way to invest in her business. Going on the fam trip was one, and then just doing some shows and things after. She started on one fam trip as a new agent, new to the industry, now does about 3 different groups to Dubai a year on top of other groups. I know, in a short time too. She was one of those fast success stories, which don't always happen. And then something we're going to talk about later too. But she, within a year, she was up to that 3 groups, and in 24 she already has her groups laid out. And really, I think the support in teaching her how to invest in her business properly. There's another example I have of a girl that is an experienced agent, where I think what we did for her is we gave her the experts that she needed, the expert support that she needed, the right advice to take her business to the next level. And one of the things that really helped her was our peer-to-peer support as well, hearing it from others in the industry and some of their best practices. Very valuable.
Awesome. I love that.
Yeah, they're both doing really good in the industry, better than they've ever done, and are just setting their goals now to have a great 2024.
I love those stories, like touching on the experienced advisor and the new advisor, and kind of highlighting the importance of the peer support as well as the host support, and how it brings both of those elements into conversation as you grow. So that's the fam dream, Lori. I love it. So you touched on this a little bit in your first question, but what would you say are 3 of the top ways that you support new advisors from when they sign on with Levarte until they make their first booking? So kind of, we get this question all the time, like,
yes,
now what? I'm signed up. So
super good question. And I've heard that question many, many times. So we put a lot of emphasis on that onboarding process. We put a lot of emphasis on before your first booking, what you need to do. Maybe there's some particular supplier training you need, some additional training in different areas that you need, and not to put the pressure on yourself. I've got to get that first booking. It takes a while. Right. Don't even think you need a booking for the first 6 months. Positioning yourself and getting the education that you need on not just the industry, but the products that you're selling and business in general, because you're in business for yourself now, is more what we put the emphasis on before they have their first booking. By doing that, you build the confidence that you need to really go into that first booking feeling a lot more comfortable. A lot of times it's pressure right away. Okay, I'm a travel agent. I need to make a booking. I need to have a lot of customers. No, how about you just learn the industry you just entered, because it's huge and it's going to take a lot. It's overwhelming. It's a big industry. So know your part and where your role is going to be in that first, before that first booking. We do offer things like a mentor desk. Once they get that training in place, then they can get a meeting one-on-one, 30, 45, or 60 minutes long. Maybe it's their first booking and they want to sit with one of us. Maybe it's their first group. Maybe they just want advice on how to get clients. We do offer one-on-one mentor desk appointments, and that's one of the ways that we support them as well.
I love that perspective, like developing the infrastructure to set them up for success and confidence when they're making the booking, so they're not just staying afloat from booking to booking to booking to booking, trying to figure it out as they go.
Exactly. That good onboarding experience, and not just onboarding, you're coming to our agency, but you're coming new into the industry.
Yeah, love it. Our next question, Lori, is, in Levarte, what are 3 of your core values and how does it contribute to your culture?
Okay, well, I love our values. We have 4 that we display all the time and talk about all the time. We even give awards for them at our conventions. And one is, I'm going to give you all 4 of them. One is knowledge. We're really just like that. We want you to get knowledge before you jump in. One is resourcefulness. And being resourceful, we overlook in this industry so much, but all of us that are successful have really learned how to be resourceful, right? using
Yeah.
all the tools that are available to you and understanding that you need those tools. And
Right.
then the love of travel, which is one of my favorites, the love of travel. We want you to have that love to travel, but also the fourth value is passion. We want you to have the passion that it takes to appreciate making travel arrangements for others. Example, I get more excited booking someone else's trip than I even do my own, because I know what they're going to experience and I can't wait for them to experience. And to me, when you have that core value of passion to make other people's dreams come true, to me, that's what makes an agent or breaks an agent. That's when you really know that you've chosen the right industry.
I love
So
that.
those are our values. It creates our culture. I don't have this one listed, but we like to incorporate fun in that. It's not a value, but we put it in there. And it goes along kind of with the passion. But by creating the love of travel, passion, knowledge, and resourcefulness, it creates our culture. And one of the things starting Levarte is I wanted to create a culture like that. And it contributes to the culture, and you can see it in our advisors. We've even had some of our advisors on an interview with us with Host Agency Review. And I think that came out.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that you had those values in your mind from the ground up, and it does make a big difference. So
Makes a big difference.
Mhm.
So whenever you're sidetracked or there's a squirrel, and there always is, you bring it back. Always, you bring it back. Does this fit our values? Is this what we want?
Yeah.
It boomerangs you right back to where you need to be.
Yeah. Centering. I love it. So our next question is, from our 2023 survey, we found that the number one challenge for advisors, and I think this is at all experience levels, if I remember correctly, but the number one challenge is finding clients. And so I am wondering, what is one of your pro tips when you're with a client or with an IC that has that same struggle?
Yeah, that's been a struggle for 40 years that I've been in the industry. And it's always that.
Yeah.
First of all, you always look at others and judge yourself. Sometimes
Yeah.
the grass always looks greener. So one of the things my pro tip is don't worry about, I have to have 100 clients. Don't worry about, just get, if you're new to the industry, that very first client. And then when you're experienced agent, have a servant heart, give excellent customer service, remember you're a servant and you're there for them. I would have agents when I was an agent come up to me and, how did you get all these clients? Friendliness, showing compassion and collaborating, but just working with them and having a servant heart. Remember, we're in the service industry, and these are basic, but so powerful. And I feel like when I say them sometimes, oh, she's copying out with these. No, I have 40 years in this industry. These are what work. Yes, there's social media. Yes, you've got to do all that. But when that client calls you, and if you want repeat business for the experienced agent, it comes from here. They're going to hear your passion. They're going to know if you are more excited to make their reservations than your own. They're going to know if you're trying to make their dreams come true, if you're friendly. And then the other thing is letting everybody know that this is what you do. So many people, whether you're new or experienced, shy away from saying what you do. There is not a person that I don't see on a daily basis that at the end of my interaction with them, they don't know that I sell travel. Why would I not tell every single person? Because every single person is a customer out there. Everyone's traveling. Hardly do you run into somebody that isn't. And all they want to know, and if they liked you on a personal level during the time you were buying furniture or getting your hair done, and you formed a relationship, and then you didn't tell them that you also sell travel, why not? And that one is so overlooked, because they will go to someone that there's a relationship with, even if you have a service fee or your prices are higher, because we are humans and we love a human connection. So build that connection. Tell your story. When you meet someone, tell them your story. Don't just say your name and who you are. It's so easy for us to do that now because we're so used to not talking to one another. But tell them your story. I always say, I get in there that I sell travel, but I have 8 grandchildren. I have 4 grown boys that are married. So I also get 4 extra daughters. I share a little of me, and that's what makes us connect with people. That's how they want to do any business with you. And it's so easy to overlook that, especially new to the industry, and especially people that are just, hooked to their phones and texting. Is sharing that story and making that personal connection is so valuable.
Yeah, I love the idea of like letting your own personality and your own storytelling kind of be the passion for travel, to be a part of the storytelling when you're making connections with people. It can be organic and a part of who you are. It's not, you're not just necessarily consciously trying to make a sale. It's like letting that exude through.
Exactly. Organic was the key word there, and sincere. And people pick up on that. And that's so much more powerful than a sales pitch or even a social media post to me. But you have to constantly have that in your head that you want to tell people about it. And then what else I also say is yes, you want clients. It will happen. It's a snowball effect. And for those new to the industry or even experienced, maybe if you're not seeing it happen fast enough, just be patient. And if you're giving good service and you're really good to your client, you're going to get referrals and you're going to get them to repeat your name. That's what it's all about. You want whoever you just booked travel for to say, you have to use my travel agent. You have to. You want that kind of a feeling. So always during your process, keep in the back of your mind, is this person going to leave me saying to her friends, you have to use my travel agent?
Right. Right. I love that. I'm going to write that down. The servant's heart. Like, I feel like that's such a good.
And the servant heart. So many of us forget that we're so demanding. I mean, and we're so demanding and we're so, do this and do that. And I want immediate, but it's a servant heart that you really got to bring to this. Yes. I mean, ask anybody that survived the last 3-4 years, right?
Right. Exactly. I love this perspective. Well, so Lori, that brings us to, one of our last questions before I ask you about Host Week Special, but one of our last questions is our fun question. And that is, if Levarte was a game, what game would you be and why?
A game. Oh my gosh. Last year was a candy. This is so funny. And you know what my game is Candyland. And let me tell you why. First of all, travel is just full of treats, right? It's so fun. It's candy. It's like candy. It's wonderful industry to be in. And once you're in it, you love it. But it's also like the game Candyland. You can take 2 steps forward and maybe 3 back. And that's going to happen. And especially building your own business, and especially in this industry, it can happen. But you're always going forward, even if there's some back steps, and you might have to climb a ladder like in the game, right? Or you might be able to land on a spot where you get to slide ahead. Like 2023 was a nice slide, right? We might be climbing some ladders at the beginning of 2024, or maybe even taking a few steps back, but it's always going forward, and we're always going to end the game, and it's going to be Candyland at the end of the game.
Yeah, or Fam in Dubai.
Yeah, right. Or Fam in Dubai, and then several groups after.
I love that. Oh, well, thank you so much, Lori. Before you head out, I'm just wondering if you'd be willing to share if you have a Host Week special that we can point our listeners to.
We do. It's January 27th is our 3rd year anniversary.
Oh, congratulations.
So we're here. We're not going anywhere. We're stronger than ever. And to celebrate our 3rd year anniversary, we are giving 33% off enrollment. And if you want to even save more, 33% off your annual. If you want to pay annually, 33% off the whole thing. So we're
Gotcha.
running that and we're real excited about it. It's easy to remember and it's to highlight our 3rd year anniversary.
Oh, I love that. Well, happy anniversary. I feel like you've been around so much longer.
Well, I have. That's the problem. I have. And I've been in the host arena for like 18 years, but I've
Oh.
owned my own for the last 3. And I can't even tell you, it's been so wonderful. It was 2021, a rough year to open, but
Yeah.
it's been so wonderful and satisfying. And it's because of those core values and making sure that we're sticking to them and getting the joy of watching, like every question you ask me, watching these agents succeed is my passion. So yeah, it's been a great run and it's just the beginning.
I love it. And we'll make sure that we put information to Levarte Travel in the comments so folks can learn more and point them in the direction of your special as well.
Well, thank you. I love that you knew Levarte was e-travel spelled backwards.
It's
That is
because
so
I'm a Friday 15 buff. And I seen you on Friday 15 and I was like, oh, that's really neat. I like that. So
So the
I love
website is levartetravel.com and it's real easy to get to. And Levarte also means to lift up. So it goes along with our mission statement to lift people in their career in travel. So we want them to do better than they've ever done when they're part of Levarte.
Oh, I love it, Lori. Well, thank you so much. It's so good to see you and enjoy
Thank
the rest
you.
of Host Week.
Oh, I will. Thank you so much. It's been a blast.
Bye.
Bye.
Happy 3rd anniversary, Lori. My sugar loving self loves the answer to your fun question. A quick announcement for everyone. So I have heard from the HAR team that the Host Week magazine has been updated to show the times for each segment. So thank you for all of your feedback on that. Now, when you go to where the Host magazine blog post is, there will be times in there for the segments to give you a better idea of things. Well, welcome back to day 2 of Host Week, the week where we celebrate hosted advisors, really all advisors, but and the industry that supports them. So here is what you can expect from Host Week. If this is your first time tuning in, naturally, you can expect a lot of fun and energy because this is hard and that's what we do. And on a more practical note, you can expect that every day we started off with a keynote to get you warmed up. And then we do interviews. We have something like interviews with 35 host agencies, 6 consortia all throughout the week. We've got giveaways, Australia, Barcelo, Occidental, Hilton. So if you're interested in those, make sure to sign up for the giveaways. We will be giving them out on Friday at the end of the day. And we have more than 50 exclusive deals for Host Week registrants. And a reminder, in case you missed this announcement earlier today, we had a glitch in our system where not all the specials were showing. So if you checked it out and we're like, darn it, they weren't in there, head back over there and they might be in there today. We will drop a link to all of these things in the comments for you so you can check them out. And if you're finding that your comments that you're seeing are not matching up with what is going on the screen, that is likely because you need to, the little red bar at the bottom of the YouTube, pull it all the way to the right because you are a little bit behind the real time that is happening. The last thing to expect from Host Week is that on Friday, we have our Luminary Awards, where we award the best of the best host agencies. And I think you should note that this year we have disco balls, and so you definitely do not want to miss that segment. If you tuned in yesterday, you know there are a lot of attendees that are starting to get to know each other in the comments yesterday. So if you were a wall follower yesterday or even earlier today, I want you to make a goal to put yourself out there today, just a little bit in the comments. There are a lot of newbies, and part of being successful, actually a big part of being successful in the travel industry, is connecting with others, whether that be clients or other people within the industry. And there is no better time for you to start doing that than today. So I am going to give you a softball question to start with. Go ahead, everybody, in the comments and tell us the favorite place that you have traveled to thus far. That's a gimme for even the shyest of you. Should be able to answer that. Put that in there. I will start. My favorite trip was going to go see the polar bears in Churchill, Manitoba, because they are adorable. Juan, you can go ahead and pull up my picture here. And let me tell you, we are all lucky I am here today because they look so cute and harmless that it is a miracle I was not eaten by one, because that picture you're seeing, there is no fence between me and that cute little polar bear. So when I say that I am lucky we are all here today, I really mean it, because I was about to get eaten. So cheers to the stupid decisions we make in our 20s. Hopefully we've all gotten a little smarter since then. So looks like we've got some great conversations going on in the comments, and that is the perfect setting for us to hear from another host agency. So next up, we have the Dream Vacations franchise. Their sister company, Dream Vacations Advisor, will be on right afterwards, but let me quickly break down the difference between the two. So both Dream Vacations can help you start up your agency. They're all under the same parent company. They just help you get started in different ways. So Dreams Vacations franchise, which we'll be hearing from next, you'll engage in a franchise agreement with them, which is like a business in a box. And we will link to an article with more details on franchises in the comments. And then the Dream Vacations Advisor is their more traditional host agency division, and you will be under the umbrella of one of their franchisees. So if you have questions about them, definitely drop them in the comments. Dream Vacations rep can answer them for you. In the meantime, let me turn it over to Rita and Drew over at the Dream Vacations franchise.
Hello, travel advisors. Welcome to another interview on this host week. I am so excited to connect with Drew Daly of Dream Vacations. Hi, Drew. How are you?
Hi, Rita. Good. How are you? Hi, everyone. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Thanks for including me. Oh my gosh.
Yes, no, I am so excited to dig down in deep and see all the goodness that's happening over at Dream Vacations. So let's go ahead, start kicking us off. Can you tell us about a success story about an advisor that you have and how you help them to grow their business?
For sure. And first of all, I hope you're all doing great out there and that you had a wonderful holiday season. 24 is upon us, and I know it's going to be an amazing blockbuster year as 23 was. Even better. We're going to
Yes.
travel more in 24. That's my personal hashtag.
Yes.
And
Love
you know,
that.
we have so many different stories, Rita, within our network, because we're a network of niches, and we have a lot of small business owners, entrepreneurs that have, you know, gone out into the travel space to kind of build their own businesses. So there's so many stories and examples that come to mind, but we do have one, you know, certainly that comes to on my radar. And she had a very successful blog and was really fulfilling a need for an audience, and then kind of decided, let me go into the travel space and sell travel for the first time. And she's really done some amazing things. So it's just been trying to partner with her, identifying her niche, her business, her audience, and really finding the right partners and partnering her up with our preferred suppliers and helping her put a plan together. Because at the end of the day, you are not going to be successful without having a business plan and then executing on that plan. So having her partner with our business development team and just really evolving her plan along the way. But I just think when I see and hear stories from people like that are trying to start off in travel, or those that are still trying to grow their business, or maybe they just want to do something different, it's just trying to find, asking yourself the right questions, and then kind of coming to the table with the solutions with the best people to partner with.
Yes, I love that. And I love that you mentioned the different pathways, because there's so many different pathways to get into this industry and monetize your business too.
There's so many for sure. And you just never know. That's why I never say no to anything. I think at the end of the day, like if somebody has an idea, let's try to flesh it out and make it work, right?
Right. Yes. What are 3 top ways that you support your new advisors?
So from a support perspective, you know, obviously at the foundation at Dream Vacations, we build communities. So we are constantly trying to do things to make sure that we are connected with our customers, our customer, of course, being our franchise owners, and helping them on their journey. So number one, it starts with training. We have a really solid training program and platform with thousands of courses that they can access on demand. But really at the foundation, it's about being at some of our events. So from our training, we go to our events, And our events are where we get to connect one-on-one and just be together, continue to build community. It's important, as we talk about people that start a business, that they find their tribe, right? And sometimes
Right.
finding that tribe, you have to be in person to do so. So
Exactly.
training, our events, but I mentioned before about our business development team, and also with business planning or having a plan. We have a team of people that really are, their role is to help our small business owners put a plan together, partner with the right supplier, and then really start executing that plan. So it really stems from having the right content, having the right events, and then we're having the right people to offer amazing support, whether that's our support services team, our business development team. We have a motto that we use at Dream Vacations, that we care more. And we live by that because we truly do put forth, and every employee invests time and energy to ensure our customers' needs are satisfied and even that we exceed their expectations.
Wonderful. That just lovely to hear that people are really at the heart of everything that you do as well. What are your 3 top values within Dream Vacations, and how do you feel those contribute to your culture?
Well, I just talked about just in general, our philosophy of we care more as our mantra, but it starts with fun. Number one, I believe that you have to have fun in everything you do. And that's what we work in the travel space. You can't take it too seriously. You have to get out there, smile. We can't always be perfect with all that stuff, but at least if you have that at your foundation of having fun and just enjoying it, because that's what this industry is all about. We have the luxury of selling fun, right? So that's first and foremost. Then it comes down to the people, because when my formula for success in this business has always been very simple. It's personal equals remarkable. So the more personal we can make something for others, then the more remarkable the experience is going to be. So it's all about the people. And one of the things that we want to make sure at Dream Vacations we always do is have opportunities to be in person. And that's the best way to be personal. So that's our events and our platforms. But it all stems with relationships. So those 3 things really come together to converge and create a culture of that familial feeling, that community, and really just demonstrates this collaborative, just fun attitude that we bring to our business owners and help them grow and succeed more.
Yeah, I love that. Relationships are really the heart of any business. And so getting comfortable with getting out there and meeting people, I love that you mentioned that.
Yeah, and especially in travel, you build this business one conversation at a time. And that doesn't mean it's just with your customers. It's with your travel partner friends. It's also with your hosts, your colleagues that you work with, that you do business with, that you partner with, because every conversation should spark an idea. And every
100.
idea should inspire an action. And that action may not result in solid performance or something that you thought it would be, but the fact that you took action and tried it is a success.
Exactly. Like nail on head. That's
Right?
perfect.
Exactly. So.
In our survey, the number 1 challenge for advisors is finding clients. What's your pro tip?
Well, it definitely is. First of all, it's not easy, right? But you have to just get out there. If you're not having conversations with people, it goes back to the relationship. So you have to, everywhere you go, socialize what you do. So how do you do that? You wear your name tag. You basically, maybe you put a skin of your brand on your laptop. So you're at Starbucks, people ask you what's Dream Vacations, or if your car is wrapped. But it's more than that. Being invested in your community, being involved in your community genuinely, partnering up with local businesses, working with your Chamber of Commerce, your Business Networking International. It's all about having the conversation with the right people at the right time. And my theory is you should always be talking. If you find yourself not talking to anyone, then you're not being successful at it. Because and you constantly, even people that have been in this business for 30 years, and they come to and they say, well, my database is fine. I don't want to grow your database. Well, that's so archaic of a thought process, because you should always be growing your database, because you never know, something could go awry. And the fact is, who doesn't want more customers to talk to, right?
Exactly. I love that so much. All right, so we have gotten to the fun question of the interview.
Fun question. I thought they have all been fun, though.
They have been really great. I've been having a lot of fun chatting with you.
Oh, good. I love that. Thank you.
if your company was a game, what would it
What
be and
game?
why?
Well, I love games. I think they're certainly because it gets us out of our box. It gets us creating. But I mean, this is just speaks to what we're doing. My choice would be Monopoly because everything we're doing is all about a business strategy. And we've all
Ooh.
played Monopoly so many times or a variation of Monopoly. And yes, we are very familiar with the different pieces and the cards you can land on. But the fact is, in a business, when you're running a business, you need to have a plan. And that plan is not always going to be foolproof. You have to adapt, evolve, and change it. So just like with Monopoly, your strategy of playing one game may have been great, but it may not be the next game. And that's because of your competitors, right? There's so many things out there that could happen. And I don't mean
Right.
competitors in travel. I just mean in general. Like you should just be looking at ways to grow and enhance your business in this fun world of travel. That's why this question is perfect, because Monopoly is fun, but it can be a little bit that anxiety because it's
Right.
like, oh my gosh, I want to win. Who doesn't want to win, right? Like, come on,
Right.
we're all winners. But guess what? You're all winners in my eyes. But at the end of the day, we just want to be successful. And
Right.
for Monopoly, and in this business, success is the result of persistence, consistency, and having a plan that you've evolved that fits your needs. My plan is not going to work for you. But the great thing is with Dream Vacations, we have the plans, we have different niches that we focus on and help people, and we have experience with it. So,
Yes, I love that so much. And like thinking about strategizing, just like with Monopoly, is so much fun. Like all the different properties and things and how you're going to acquire even more. So loving that.
yeah, who doesn't love a good game, right? I mean, there's so many great analogies out there. So but I think just in general, and as we go back to one of the original questions, as we just continue, just remember to always have fun, because this is just something that we're fortunate and blessed to be working in this great industry. So you have to have fun along the way and on the journey.
Yes, I love that. Thank you so much, Drew, for being here. Before we jump off, do you have a host week special that you'd like to share with us?
Actually, if you we do not have a host week special, actually.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Well, we will still put all of your information into either the chat. You can check out the Dream Vacations profile on the Host Agency Reviews website and anywhere else that travel advisors should go to start checking out opportunities with Dream Vacations.
Yeah, I mean, so a couple of things. You should continue the conversation. Go to dreamvacationsfranchise.com, and just in general, like I think there's a couple of different offers there that you'll always see, and we just want to look to have those conversations with you and help you kind of be your partner on this journey. So
Yeah, thank you so much, Drew, for sharing a bit about Dream Vacations, and thank you, travel advisors, for tuning into this episode.
thank you
This
so much. I
interview.
appreciate the opportunity. I hope to see you all somewhere soon in 24.
Yes, thank you. Bye, everyone.
Fabulous stuff. Thank you so much, Drew. I saw a lot of hearts popping up in my YouTube comments during your interview. So thanks again. And last year, one of our listeners sent us a bingo card for all of the answers that could come up during our fun question. And I think we should do one of those for next year's, because if someone had Monopoly on there, they would be doing pretty well right now. So next up, we're going to hear from the sister company of Dream Vacations, which is Dream Vacations Advisor. So grab your pint of Ben & Jerry's or whatever your favorite treat is and sit back as Rita and Natalie tell us all about Dream Vacations Advisor.
Everyone, welcome back to another host interview of Host Week this year. My name is Rita Perez, and I'm so excited to be talking with Natalie Loza from Dream Vacations. Hi, Natalie.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, doing so good, and I cannot wait to learn a little bit more about what you do. So first off, can you tell us a success story of an advisor that you have and how you help them to grow?
Sure. So we thankfully have a few success stories. One of the ones that comes to mind is we have one of our top associates with our franchise, our associate recruitment program. We have somebody that's grown and started really with no travel industry experience, but one of the biggest reasons that they were able to grow is with our Dream Vacations franchise owner. They really engaged with them. They helped them grow. And we offer all the support to associates as far as training, marketing. So we had one individual associate that really took off in learning how to look within their network. And actually their first year has done already a couple of groups. And all of that is, with the support that their franchise owner has offered them, with the support that Dream Vacations has offered as well. So I think definitely that's a great success story that we have.
Yes, wonderful. So at Dream Vacations, what would you say are the top 3 ways that you support new advisors?
So I think that the top 3 ways I would say is, first of all, training, which is very important, especially a lot of people that are joining Dream Vacations don't come with that travel industry experience. So I think the training in travel and how to run a business, all of that really helps. The support in marketing, all the tools that we give, tools for lead generation, just in general, how to really grow their business. Another tool that we offer is our in-house business development managers. We offer business development support for anyone that's starting a Dream Vacation business with the associate side as well. So I definitely think, just in general, the support that we offer, there's always somebody to call, there's always somebody to talk to. And I definitely think that really makes a difference with our associates.
Yes, I know support is a huge factor when it comes to having your own business and running things. What would you say are the top 3 values of your culture at Dream Vacations, and how does it contribute?
So I would say, first of all, the top value is really the engagement and support. I think it starts from our headquarters. We offer the support, the engagement for everyone in our network. And I think it really trickles down to the network as far as always sharing best practices. And I think that really sets the culture of our company, that we're always wanting to improve, we're always wanting to help, we're always wanting to share what's working with everyone else. And that's kind of going back to the support that we offer, and making sure that they have the tools, that our network has the tools they need to be successful, just in general. So I think that definitely is one of the values that we have.
Perfect. In our annual hosted advisor survey, the #1 challenge for advisors was finding clients. So what is your pro tip for them?
So that's a great question. I think anyone that's starting as an associate, as an advisor, that's the first question they have is, where do I get started?
Right.
How do I get started? And I think the biggest, that is the biggest challenge, but it's also the biggest way that people can find their niche. And we first tell them, this starts in training and it goes down to business development as well. We always advise them to really identify their inner circle, their network, who their potential clients can be. So even before starting, they're getting an idea of how they would get this started. There's always, the good thing about this business is you're always going to know somebody that travels. You're always going to really meet somebody that travels. So the sky's the limit really on how you position them, and then really encouraging them to be a part of their local community, join clubs. Probably the biggest advice that we give is find a niche and really focus on that, because travel industry is so large. There's so many things that you can do, but if you do focus on that one thing, I think that definitely will get you started. And then everything else is really just learning the support, learning how you can get the tools in place to really market to these clients that you're starting with.
Yeah, I love where you mentioned the sky is the limit, and I'm like, yes, and then you go to space, like we're up here floating in space at Host Week too. Yeah.
I think that's why I said that. I saw the space on there. And
Stars, yeah. Alrighty, and then the fun question of all, if your company was a game, what game would Dream Vacations be?
Oh, let me see. I'm not gonna say a video game because I'm not too much into it, but no, I would say chess. I think it's definitely a hard game, but I think when playing chess, you really have to continue to change your strategy based on the specific game that you're playing, your surroundings. And I think our company, I think Dream Vacations, has done a great job in adapting to various situations, ensuring that we're always looking for ways to improve and make our network successful. So just thinking about how chess goes, really strategizing, I think Dream Vacations would be hopefully a good game of chess on that.
Yes, that's so fun. I will say chess stumps me, so that's something that I should start learning a little bit more about. But anyways, thank
Yeah.
you, Natalie, so much for being here. Aside from their host agency reviews profile, what's the best way for people to start looking into Dream Vacations?
Definitely. So we do have a website. We have dreamvacationadvisors.com. And if you go on there, we actually have a short webinar that explains how to get started and as being an associate. And it gives you all the next steps of what to do in order to sign up. So definitely there's a 25 to 30-minute webinar that goes over all the information on how to get started. And really, if this is an opportunity that you're looking for as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Natalie, for being here. And thank you, travel advisors, for tuning in to this interview. We'll make sure to add in all the relevant links into the chat. And we'll see you in the next one. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Natalie, for sharing more about Dream Vacations Advisor. We are nearing the midpoint for today's host interviews, where we dive deep, asking the hard-hitting questions like, what board game are you most like? So don't forget, though, that after these host interviews, we have 3 EDUSPOTS today that are great, whether you're new or experienced. So next up, we have Chrissy Harmon representing OAL Network today, and she and I are big on exchanging pet photos when we email each other. In fact, she submitted a precious photo of her fur family. Juan, go ahead and bring that up before we launch into her review with Mary. All right, so hold on. I'm trying to catch up on things. So Chrissy, we're going to show your picture later. Juan, let's go ahead and see what Chrissy has to say. Go ahead and get things rolling.
Hello, it's Mary again, and I am sitting with Chrissy Harmon. And Chrissy is the Senior Director of Independent Travel Advisors for OAL Travel Network. Hey, Chrissy, how are you doing?
I'm good, Mary. How are you?
Excellent. I'm really happy to have an opportunity to chat with you today. And I also heard that you sent Stephanie some shark teeth.
I did last year. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, last year, which is strangely really fitting for Host Week, because Stephanie says that Host Week is like Shark Week, but for advisors. So
It's true, because she and I were talking one time, and I was telling her that I get them on the beach, and she was like, I never, being landlocked where she is, she never thought about shark's teeth.
yes.
And so I have like jars and jars of them, and so I went through and picked out different ones, because they do come in different shapes and stuff for different types of sharks. So I went through and picked out just a variety and sent them to her.
I love that. Well, I look forward to getting to know more about OAL Travel Network, and I promise not to ask you any questions about sharks, but thank you for indulging our latest shark craze. So,
any questions you need to know, just let me know.
definitely. Okay, so digging in, Chrissy, I'm wondering if you can tell us a success story about an advisor and how you help them grow.
Well, honestly, Mary, this is actually a really difficult question for me to answer because one, we've been in the business for so long, and there are several very successful stories, and so it's hard just to pick one. But I do have one agent that does come to my mind. She was brand new in the industry and she had never sold travel before, but she had traveled some herself, which in essence is experience in travel, in my opinion. And so she attended a couple of our in-house trainings that we had. We had a jumpstart training, which is basically for the newbies that come in. And then later on, we had a group training, which she attended. And so we helped her with her little travel garden, and it turned into a full-fledged travel farm. My team and I provided her with tons of support from her very first booking to now she's booking very complex itineraries that she never in a million years ever thought she would be able to accomplish. And we were there for through the entire process. And that's what we do, from the beginning to the follow-up to the problem solving. And of course, the most important part I think in our role is to assist her whenever there's a crisis mode happening. For example, she had a group traveling and there was a massive schedule change. And that was something that we were able to assist her with because we have, I have 35 years of GDS experience. So it's nothing for me to go in there and try to find flights and rebook and all that stuff. But so I would have to say that we're just there from start to finish, from the onset till the end. We're there to help and support. And so now I am happy to say that her little travel farm has grown into a very profitable source of income for her.
I really love the image of growing a travel garden into a travel farm. I love that metaphor. That's really cool.
Thank you.
So, Chrissy, you were talking about supporting this advisor every step of the way. And I am wondering, what are the 3 top ways you support new advisors from when they sign on with OAL Travel Network up to the point when they're making their first booking?
Well, we've hired this year, we actually hired a dedicated, basically her title is Advisor Success Coordinator, but she's our training and mentor specialist. So what she does is in the very beginning, she does a one-on-one with them during their onboarding process. It's pretty intense, I will say, but she covers a lot of information. Our site, the Travel Leaders portal, and then she dives into booking, like actual booking engines. So that would be number 1. Mm-hmm. The number 2 thing that we do is when our agents first join on, we set them up with an individual logins for various vendors, and it's the mainstream ones that we use the most, that we have the most success with, and who support us as well. And then that way they can go in there and they can start to explore on their own even before they're ready to make their booking, so they're familiar with the sites as well. And so there's the websites, that is, and then they can get familiar with their products, what they offer, whether it's a cruise or a land vendor, and the destinations they offer, because they're all different. And third, I think this is our best is when we have an advisor who's ready to book, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a new one. It could be an existing one, because every now and then you get those weird requests for a destination you're not familiar with. When an advisor is ready to book and they might be a little bit nervous, we reach out to our advisor success coordinator, and she will work with them individually on a one-to-one basis and ensure that their first sale is a seamless experience.
I love that. Yeah, that hand-holding is so important in the beginning, because it sets up advisors for success in the long run and feel more confident in their ongoing booking. So, well, that's cool.
It truly is.
Oh, thanks, Chrissy.
Sure.
So we like to ask questions in threes, apparently. So the next question is, at OAL Travel Network, what are 3 of your core values, and how does it contribute to your culture?
Okay, so number 1, we are advisor centric. So we put our advisors first, and ensure them that we truly care about their needs. We care about how they're producing, what they need, what fits for them, what fits for their customers. In addition, we provide personalized and excellent service to all of our advisors, and we do it, very similar to what you and I are doing right now. We do one-on-ones, we do Zooms. You are never going to call our office unless it's after hours and get press 1 for this, 2 for that. We offer, somebody's going to answer the phone unless we're all on the phone, but somebody's going to answer. We'll never have that in our office because we're very customer service forward. So then number 2 of our core values would be our passion. OAL is combined of travel advisors who have sold travel and visited countless numbers of destinations. And we love to share our genuine passion for the travel industry with our advisors and inspire them to channel their inner wanderlust to pass on to their customers. Our personal experiences offer them additional insights and resources to share with their clients that you cannot find on any online travel agency Google search. I can tell you things about Rome, that different places that you need to see that you're not going to find on any kind of website that whenever you're searching. Maybe if you dig real deep, but not likely. So, and then number 3 would be our integrity. We stand behind honest communication and transparency with all of our advisor. It's really crucial to have trust between a host agency and their advisors. Therefore, we deliver on our promises, we maintain ethical business practices, and we provide regular, useful, and important communication that applies directly to their travel business. We don't want to fill up their inbox with a bunch of junk about a special on this or a special on that. They need to know the inner workings of what's going on, whether something's changed, something's happening. Brazil is now coming out with a new visa policy beginning in January 1st. They need to know this information. That's how we communicate, not just, just specials of the day sort of thing.
Well, it sounds like those are 3 pillars to set up success for a strong community and agency, Chrissy. Thank you.
Thank you. We try.
Yes. So our next question is, we have found from our 2023 survey that advisors' biggest challenge is finding new clients. And I'm wondering, what is your pro tip for advisors who are having trouble finding clients?
Well, I actually kind of blended it because I have really 2 that I think are really, really important. Yeah. So don't get mad at me.
Yeah, 2 pro tips. That's okay.
So I'm just going to kind of blend and just keep going with this one. Yeah. So obviously the best way to get started is to network with your friends and your family, your church, your community, your homeowners associations. There's tons of people that you can communicate with, and especially through social media. Social media is the way. I mean, even my mom, who's not computer savvy, is now getting into social media. But it is your bestie. And with the new AI technology, you can post like a pro. I mean, you could just go in there, type a little bit of information, and you would be shocked at the way you can get fantastic professional sounding posts back. So here's my other little quick tip. And I think I've said this before on past host week interviews, is I'm just a firm believer in an old-fashioned business card. I think that's so important to carry one with you at all times, because you might only have seconds to interact with somebody, and for them to have to write, get a piece of paper and pen, or to get out their phone and type in there your name and your phone number. If you could just whip out that business card and hand it to them and say, hey, give me a call sometime. I would love to plan your vacation. And always when you're talking to people, have that enthusiasm in your voice. And, and if they say where they want to go and you have experience, say, oh my gosh, you want to go to Athens? I was just there 2 years ago. It was fantastic. We had the best experience, and the food is amazing, and just the sights to see, the history is just fantastic. So, and I'll just finish up that, just saying that while not every one of them will become your client, they will remember your passion and your enthusiasm. And they'll say, you know what, if they're talking to a friend, they may say, oh, well, you know what? I'm not, not able to use it, but I ran into this girl the other day, or this agent the other advisor the other day, and she had such a great disposition. And I would, I have her card, and because I carry cards with me, people that I've gotten and my cards, and so they might refer somebody to you, even if it isn't that first interaction you've had with somebody.
Yeah, I feel like some of those tips are so evergreen. So that's a great one, like making those personal connections, but then also making sure they have a little something to remember you by.
Yes, exactly. And, and they could put your, if you have a website, you could put your QR code on your business card that takes them straight to your website. And then boom, they can start reading all about you, and you're not writing around www, et cetera.
I love it. Thanks, Chrissy. So we're at the fun question now, the last question in our host interviews. This is a good one. Chrissy, if OAL Travel Network were a game, what game would you be and why?
We would be Jenga.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, because we are here to help keep you all the pieces in place for a trip. But and if one of those little pieces were to happen to fall out of whack, we're also there to help you put it back in so you have a very successful business.
I love that. Creating the balance and the structure.
Exactly. And keeping your little tower nice and even.
Oh, that's a good one. So Chrissy, I'll make sure that we post a link to OAL Travel Network in the comments so folks can go check out more information on your profile. And I'm wondering if, before I let you go, will you share a little bit about your Host Week special with us? My dog is excited to hear about it.
Absolutely. Well, you know me and my dogs. I'm all about my dogs, but I'm actually in my office today, so I don't have any dogs barking today. But yes, our Host Week special. So get ready to, I'm really quirky sometimes. So get ready to leap into some incredible savings. Since 2024 is leap year, we are offering you the opportunity to jump on a 10% discount on all membership enrollments. So act fast, though, because this offer expires, yep, you guessed it, on February 29th, 2024.
I love that. A leap year.
So hop on over to www.oltravelnetwork.com and let's take on the leap year together.
I love that, Chrissy. And Chrissy's special is not only very generous, but also has the most fun emojis in it too. So you need to go to our Host Week discount page and check it out. Thank you so much for joining us today, Chrissy. It's really good to see you.
Thank you. It was great to see you too, Mary. Love and kisses and hugs to everybody, all two-legged and four-legged friends.
Same. Bye.
Bye now.
Thank you so much, Chrissy, for that special. I just learned it was a leap year this year. And the good news is we do have your animals that we can pull up. So please meet Chrissy's fur family. Lots of dogs and kitties in there. Love it, love it, love it. So thank you again for joining us and for participating in those Host Week specials, Chrissy. Now, for our next guest, you may recognize Jen Lee from Travel Planners International from our weekly Friday 15 Q&A sessions. She is a frequent guest, and while we share the same last name and the same energy, we are not related, so don't be fooled. And if you don't know what our Friday 15s are, they are weekly podcasts we do, Fridays, 12 p.m. Central Time, where we answer the industry questions that you have submitted. And if you want to, if you've never attended a Friday 15 before, Host Week is the time to do it. We will be doing it this Friday at 12 p.m. when we start. But I'm not going to spoil anything else for you. I'm going to let Jen and Rita talk about Travel Planners International. So go ahead and roll the tape, Juan.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Host Week. I hope you have been enjoying all these treats of host interviews that you have been experiencing. I am so delighted to talk with Ms. Jen Lee of Travel Planners International. Hi, Jen.
Hey, everybody out there. Happy Host Week. I love this week every year. I listen to all of them as well.
Yes. Yeah. They're so much fun. And especially when we get to the fun question, I love hearing everybody's answers. But let's dig in a little bit on Travel Planners International, or for short, if you didn't know, TPI. So you may hear us say TPI a lot as well. Can you tell us a success story about one of your advisors and how you helped them to grow?
Yeah, that's such a great question. We've got so many success stories out there, but I think what we find many of the advisors need in the early stages to grow is a sense of confidence, right? And confidence comes from direction, comes from the feeling that if they do something, it's the right thing to do. Mm-hmm. And so I'm thinking of one right now specifically. We had an advisor who used to work in a scuba shop. And actually, that's how she met her husband. And she just thought, how cool would it be? So she worked in a scuba shop, then went home, started raising kids. She started to homeschool them. And then she started saying, part of homeschooling, I want them to travel. Oh, how cool would it be if we could travel places where they could scuba dive? She went back and I said to her, why aren't you connecting with the scuba shop that you used to work with and put together a group? Well, all I had to do was just say that one sentence and she took it from there, and she's kicking butt in 2 ways. Scuba trips for adults, and then also she's tapping into the homeschool markets across the country, helping them put together trips and excursions to help the homeschool children. So it's pretty cool.
That is brilliant. And it's so interesting how ideas can spark out of just normal everyday conversations. So loving that.
Yeah.
What are the top 3 ways you would say that you support new advisors?
Well, at TPI, we support new advisors a couple of different ways. First off, we have an onboarding specialist, and that's her whole job is to ensure that when you join TPI, especially when you're new, we're taking a look at your assessment. We have you fill out an assessment, understanding what's motivating you to join the industry, what's your background, and help you understand how to utilize your background to help you grow that business. Number 1. Number 2, training for days. We have an education team that will walk our advisors through any of the technologies and third-party tools that we use to help our advisors market themselves, sell more effectively, understand how to charge fees. And then, finally, I would say a lot of people have an opportunity to chat with Jen Lee. If you're new to the industry, I know, right? If you're new to the industry and you want 15 minutes with me, any advisor, any TPI advisor, 15 minutes with me. We're going to do a quick deep dive into where you're trying to go. And we have a quick formula. Who do you want to serve? How do you want to serve them? And where do they hang out? Which gives you the marketing arm. And that's a really good, super simple business plan for being proactive and having a direction in where you should start first. Then we can kind of build from there.
Loving that, because that ties into one of my next questions, not the very next one, but I'm stick that question in mind, because I love how you talked about that, where it's who you serve, where do they hang out, and what do you was that the third component? What do you love?
Who do you want to serve? How do you want to serve them, and where do they hang out?
Yes.
Answer those 2 questions, and you're on your way.
Yes. Love that. So what would you say are the top 3 values at TPI, and how do they contribute to the culture?
Oh, I love that question. Our number 1 value is integrity. I will tell you, and transparency. Integrity and transparency I'm going to put together as one. We don't necessarily always have the most popular answer to everyone's question, but we have an extremely high level of integrity, and we're very transparent to a fault sometimes. So integrity and transparency. Number 2, I would say, is fun. This is a fun industry. We have developed a culture at HQ, which kind of spills out at all of our events and through all of our emails of this is a fun, informal, yet serious, hard-charging, passionate group of human beings. And so fun is part of our core. And then the third would be Simon Sinek has a talk that talks about the infinite game versus the finite game. And the infinite game is a game that we play, which is there is no end. We don't consider anybody competitors. We're not trying to hit some arbitrary goal of the number of advisors, income, nothing. We don't even require that of our advisors. We have no sales minimum. We want to be besting ourselves, doing whatever it is that we can to best ourselves at HQ, and to always be in front of everyone else. And people do kind of follow what we do. I'm just saying. And then I would say, I know it's probably another one. I was just thinking of it. Gosh darn it. See, I've got so many thoughts in my head. I forgot.
I know that always happens.
I know what it is. Our mission statement is simple. We just want to be the easiest host agency to do business with, period.
That warms my heart, all of that. And especially Simon Sinek's quote about being infinite and not finite.
Yep.
So, okay, this is going back to what I'm going to call your little trifecta there of, in our survey, the number one challenge for advisors is finding clients. So what's your pro tip on that?
Well, you're right. The trifecta. You've got to identify, first off, it's not about, I'm just going to burst a lot of people's bubbles. This is not about tapping into autoresponders, tapping into social media across the board that someone else is doing for you. This is about building relationships, right? And also creating, finding new clients really starts with you really being clear on who you want to serve. And the reason why we say, and that means, is it families, it's folks local, it's, busy executives, it's the solo travelers. It doesn't mean you're limiting yourself. You've got to know who you want to serve. Like, none of us are going to eat sushi at McDonald's. Even if McDonald's comes out with sushi, McDonald's is not the sushi game. They're the burger game, burger and French fries. That's why the McRib never stays around for a long time. It's too outside of the zone. If I want good French fries, I'm going to Mickey D's, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. You want someone to be able to easily refer folks to you, repeat your name, because they've heard somebody say, I'm a busy executive with teenagers and I really need to go on vacation, but I don't even know where to begin. You want that person who's listening to that, who knows you, says, I've got the perfect person over here at Rita's Travel. That's what she specializes in. Busy executives with, multi-gen families trying to get away and have a great experience. So you have to know who you want to serve. The second is, how do you want to serve them? That's what you sell. That's where it's a lot of your content and where they hang out. Choose one social media channel. One. That's it. One. And then dive deep into that. But it has to be where your people hang out. Gosh, was that too long of an answer?
No, I was going to say, I think you're the second person that I want to do like a mic drop, but this is a very heavy mic, so I'm not going to do that. But I love talking and having that emphasis on relationships and like really just getting back to the basics of relationship building within business.
Yeah, I do a lot of webinars, and I'm going to give you some resources at the end of this, but I do a lot of webinars that are all about getting more eyeballs on you in marketing. So I'm passionate about that because people overthink this all the time.
Oh, yes, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, we've been having fun this whole time, but this really is the fun question.
Okay.
If TPI was a game, what game would it be and why?
Twister, for sure, because that's what I envision. Not because of the stinky socks, because when you're working together as a team, there are a lot of parts that have to be touched and a lot of teams that have to work together to be able to accomplish things. And that is one of the things I'm personally am most proud about at TPI HQ, that we're working together as a team. And then even as our advice, but we're all kind of crazy, right? We get different ways to get there sometimes. But even our advisor community, and that's probably what we're known for more than anything else, is the collaborative nature of our advisor community. And people are interested in collaborating and crossing over and helping one another and supporting one another. So it definitely has to be Twister with fun PJs and socks on.
Yes. I'm all about the PJs, and I'm like, I wish like we need to like create like a game component now, because I just want to play all the games everybody's talking about.
I like to hear all of them.
Yes. Alrighty. So I know that you also have a host week special. Can you share that with us?
We sure can. I sure can. So we're huge supporters of ASTA. I'm actually on one of the ASTA boards, the Corporate Advisory Council, and participate in the ASTA Legislative Day. So let's do this. Anyone who joins TPI within 2 weeks of listening to this, or at the end of host week plus 2 weeks, we'll take care of your first year of ASTA membership. So in case you haven't enjoyed ASTA in the past, we'll give you an opportunity to experience what it's like to be part of your trade association.
Love that. Also, I think like that's probably, if we were going to make a shirt of Rita quotes, love that would be on the shirt.
And my quote on the back.
And yes. Well, Jen, thank you so much for being here and sharing just a little taste of Travel Planners International.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, travel advisors, for tuning in. And we will make sure to add all the relevant links into the chat so that you can check out more a little bit about TPI and take advantage of that amazing Host Week special. We will see you in the next one. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much, Jen, for joining us for that amazing special, because we are big fans of ASTA over here as well. And we encourage all of you to consider supporting them in the very beginning of your career, because they give us a voice over on Capitol Hill, so that when legislation comes across, because none of us read legislation, let's be honest, when legislation comes across that affects travel agencies, they are the ones that let us know, and they are the ones that make it so that that legislation does not get passed. If you are a new advisor, hopefully you're finding that these interviews are helping you narrow down your host agency and then getting a better feel for the industry. I've got two very needy dogs right now around me. But one thing for you new advisors to remember is, don't forget that HAR has our 7-day setup accelerator course. For those of you that might be feeling a little bit lost, a little bit overwhelmed, we will put a direct link to the segment where we talk more about it in the comments. And we did that yesterday if you're looking to learn a little bit more about that. And then next up, our next host is Expedia Cruises of OVC. They are based out of Florida and were founded in 2010. And they are a great prospective host for those of you that might be looking for the large buying power, but a smaller feel. So OVC's affiliation with Expedia Cruises, and then their network size is just around 100 advisors, might be just what you're looking for. So without further ado, I am going to pass it off to Rita.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Host Week. So nice to have you here. I have Kat Johnson of Expedia Cruises of OVC. Hi, Kat. Welcome to Host Week.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I love being here.
Yes, super excited this week to be talking to amazing hosts just like yourself. So we're going to dig deep a little bit on Expedia Cruises of OVC. First things first, can you tell us a success story about one of your advisors and how you help them to grow?
Absolutely. Well, we are really big on encouraging our advisors to really do the best that they can. We had an agent who joined in 2016, and she did everything that we would ask an agent to do. She did trainings, she did support calls, she was out in her community. She was really trying her hardest, but she just could not close a sale. But she kept at it and she worked hard. And her about 8 months it took, but after 8 months, she closed a $40,000 scenic booking, which was awesome.
Hey,
and she was just, from there, everything just took off. So she's one of our top agents now. She didn't give up. She worked really hard and she still does. She's awesome.
I love hearing that, the stories of persistence to keep going in your business.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Can you also tell us 3 top ways that you support your new travel advisors?
Yes. So one of the ways that we like to support our new travel advisors is with biweekly coaching calls. So one of the members of our team will reach out to them and work with them through issues they might be having, questions they might be having, just make sure that they know what they need to do and focus on and work through any problems they might be having. We also offer support. So we have a dedicated email that we offer to our agents that we check all the time. So if they ever need anything, we're like right there. And then we also have lots of training opportunities for them. Not only do our cruise lines offer trainings, we have a training system, a portal that offers sales training, education about the different aspects of travel, and that's constantly updated. And then in addition to that, we also have monthly team meetings. We do webinars with new supplier partners and then supplier partners just throughout the year in case they have updates or news. So we're constantly staying in contact with our agents to make sure that they have all the information they need to be successful.
Perfect. Love to hear that. What would you say are your top 3 values over at Expedia Cruises of OVC and how they really cultivate the culture that you have?
Well, we actually have 5 core values, and
love it.
we have them all written out. So
Okay.
the first one is, as agents, we want our agents to offer advice that you can trust, the best choice in prices, Expedia extras. We are more than just cruises, and we're always there. So that's our commitment to our clients. And
Okay.
it really works into our culture because we want our agents to be experts. We share information freely. If one person has been someplace, they share with another. We have a Facebook group where people can talk to each other, or a lot of our agents get to know each other and share information that way. We do offer the best choice in prices. We're part of Expedia. And as Expedia, we have member pricing. So when your client signs up as a member, they get exclusive pricing. We also have extras like One Key, which is a way that they can earn rewards and then use those rewards for future cruises or travel. And then we are more than cruises. So we offer cruising, air, hotel, resorts, tours, anything that your client needs, you can give them just through us. You don't have to go anywhere else. And then we really do encourage our clients to be always there. Obviously, nobody wants to get up at 3:00 in the morning to deal with something, but we're there for them so that if they have an issue or a problem that they need to help their clients with, we're going to be there to support them and help them through it.
Perfect. Loving that as well, and all the support that you provide. So in our annual survey, the number 1 challenge for advisors is finding clients. What would you say is your pro tip?
Well, I think everybody in any kind of sales role would probably say that. So I specialize in marketing, and I actually think that there are clients everywhere, and we just need to find them. The one awesome thing about our job is we work in travel, and who doesn't like to travel, and who doesn't like talking about their vacation and the awesome places they've been and the awesome places they want to go. And I really feel like if you wear logo branded attire, people will stop you and be like, Expedia Cruises, what's that? Oh, I work for this awesome travel agency. Where do you like to travel to? Where are you interested in traveling to? And just really being open everywhere you go, everybody that you speak to, places that you are, because there's opportunities all over the place if we open our eyes and we, obviously there's a follow through after that, but the initial relationship is built just through our everyday interactions.
Love that. I'm huge on relationship building. So last but definitely not least is our fun question. If Expedia Cruises of OVC was a game, what game would it be?
That's a nice, tough question. And I was thinking about lots of different options, but I really think we'd be Ticket to Ride. And the reason for that is that we plan, we strategize, we make connections, and then we work together to build our business through the processes that have been laid out for us. We build our relationships, and then we move forward and try to do the best that we can.
Loving that. I'm going to have to research Ticket to Ride. I don't
Have you ever played Ticket to
Ride? I don't think so. No.
So I actually, when I play it with my family, we're all really nice to each other and nobody blocks anybody, but it can get pretty competitive if we block people. So play the nice version like me.
Ooh, yes. I loving that too. I love like when I am playing games and I'm just carefree about it and just like really just want to have fun with it. So that's a new one to add to my list, Ticket to Ride.
Okay, just in time for Christmas.
Yes, right. Well, Kat, thank you so much for being here and sharing a little bit about Expedia Cruises of OVC. Have really had a lot of fun with you today.
Awesome. Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate all that you guys do too.
Thank you. And thank you, travel advisors, for tuning in. We will see you in more sessions here on Host Week. Have a great one.
Bye.
Oh, I love Ticket to Ride. So great answer, Kat. And Rita, you definitely need to check it out. It is a super fun game, and it comes in all sorts of different variations. Now, Rita's next interview coming up is Melissa Foz, and I'm going to be co-hosting next week's Friday 15. We just talked about that last time, but Melissa is going to be my co-host. So make sure to tune in. This is next Friday after Host Week. If you're looking at them as a prospective host, and even if you're not, lots of great questions come in. So let's see. we have ATHome by Atlas is another great fit for those of you that are looking for a smaller network size with really strong buying power behind them. And the reason is because ATHome by Atlas has about 120 advisors, but they have $384 million in sales. And that's due to their parent company, which is Atlas Travel and Technology Group. So I look forward to learning more about ATHome by Atlas. And let's see, Mary, let's have you do your thing.
Hello, hello. It's Mary Stein, and we're back with the host interviews for Host Week. And today I am sitting with Melissa Foz. She is the Chief Marketing Officer of ATHome and Atlas Travel. Welcome, Melissa.
Oh, thank you for having me.
We love having new interviewees. So I really look forward to learning all about ATHome Atlas Travel. So let's
Great.
jump into the questions.
Hi.
So the first question, and I say this all the time, but the first question is one of my favorite questions. And I'm wondering if you can tell us a success story about an advisor and how you help them grow.
Sure. Yeah. So, as with a lot of our advisors who are new to industry, we pride ourselves in a lot of hand holding and mentorship. So we have recently had an advisor who was doing very well in all of her training and learning about supplier relationships and our preferred partnerships with our consortia. But having a little bit of struggles with how to market herself and how to really get into the lead generation part of becoming a travel advisor, which is, can be a challenge.
Yeah.
So so we sort of met with her and prescribed some different activities that perhaps she could look into and tap into. And there were lots of areas that she didn't even realize she was so honed in on until we said, well, what about this? Oh, I didn't think about asking them. Well, what about this? Oh, that's a great idea. So, and help her put together not only some ideas to gain new clients or prospects, but to cultivate those relationships by way of marketing and build kind of her first itinerary for a group travel experience that went off very successfully for her. So it gave her a lot of confidence and also helped her to realize some different prospect areas she hadn't previously known of.
Oh, I love that. It can make so much of a difference when you tailor that coaching specific to the travel advisor needs,
Yeah.
instead of doing like the big template, try this, do that. So that's fantastic.
Yes.
So this kind of relates to that last question, but what are the top 3 ways that you support new advisors from when they sign on with Atlas Travel to when they make their first booking?
Sure. So we really pride ourselves on the boutique, very strong relationship-based experience with our members. It's something that's really important to us. From our strong onboarding, we do a robust onboarding program, which includes everything for our newbies on how to book travel to our more seasoned veteran advisors who've been in the industry for a long time and talking about our preferred partnerships and commission programs. So I would say our onboarding experience for our members is very tailored and individual to where they are in their careers. And that is number one. That's first and foremost, is getting them hitting the ground running. The second part is our follow-up. We really check in with them. We have a dedicated BDM who's in our company whose full responsibility is one-on-ones and member relationships and engagement to make sure that they're doing okay, they don't have any questions for themselves or clients, and that they're getting all they can out of the benefits of our program. And then the third is the joy. Like, we love being there to answer questions, but we're also here as the best advocates between the advisors and suppliers, which nowadays is one of the most critical things for them to have those liaison advocates for them. So those 3 things I'd say are the strongest 3.
It's hard to pick just 3. I know.
It's hard to pick just 3. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like there's so much support with that direct contact with your agency and the BDMs, and that's fabulous.
For sure.
So, Melissa, what are 3 of your core values, and how does it contribute to your culture?
Yeah, I would say joy and excitement. It's contagious in our company. We love not only travel, but we love our members in terms of our relationships with them. our tools and marketing, I mean, that's my baby. So I love spreading that. I think for our travel advisors in general, finding the time in their day to market themselves is really hard. So I love having those chats with them and being able to help them do that for themselves and brag about themselves and all of their qualities. Yeah.
I
And
love
then
that.
the third is probably we have a very strong relationship with our consortia, and I am on the committee for marketing for our consortia. So it's we have a really close relationship in terms of helping grow our members with trainings, and it's joyful for us. And these are our values. Like the most important part of our culture in our company is making sure that our members always feel valued and feel like we're here. We never go 24 to 48 hours without answering emails, without signing members up, without responding to customer inquiries. And we're pretty diligent about that. That is a non-negotiable. And I think our members really appreciate that.
Oh, I love that. Like
Yeah.
just enhancing that sense of value. And
Yeah.
as you were saying, like growing that confidence from that.
Yeah.
And most importantly, to help folks brag about themselves and their successes. So
Yes. Yes. Yes, we
yeah.
do so much for our clients that they do so much for their clients that sometimes they forget to brag about themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you touched on this a little bit before, Melissa, about the challenge of generating leads. And we have found the same thing. We have an annual survey, and one of the questions we ask is, what is one of your biggest pain points? And in 2023, the biggest pain point for advisors was finding new clients. And so I'm wondering, what is your pro tip for an advisor that has this challenge?
It's real. The challenge is very real. You can do all of the training you want, but the finding clients is always what we get asked. And so everybody's context sphere and pockets of knowledge are different. So we work with our members individually, and I would say tap into not only who you are, because a lot of times people say, well, here's who I know, but what do you like? And it doesn't have to be nowadays that you need to be the jack of all trades. You could very much hone in on one particular aspect or facet of travel, whether it be a destination or supplier, or suppliers, group of, or a type of travel, whether that's wellness or adventure or LGBTQ or whatever it is that's your passion, and really hone in on it. Sometimes it's family travel, and that's what you're good at, is those groups of families. And multi-generational travel. We really try to say, who are you and what do you like? Because when they are filled with that passion for one particular type or genre of travel, they can get really good at it. They can learn. There's so much to learn in travel, and it constantly changes that it's no longer important to be the jack of all trades. You can really hone in on what you're passionate about and fill your contact sphere with that type of travel that you want to book.
Yeah, I love that. The passion is the thing that you can't teach.
You can't teach it. So if your thing is adventure travel or exploration travel, you can get really good at those types of destinations and suppliers. And then you're passionate about it. So that's probably who you're going to know in your life that's going to say, oh, you're an expert in that, I'll book with you. And that's a really good place to start for success.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Passion leads to success.
It does. It does.
Yeah. So Melissa, okay, I'm really excited to ask you this question. Especially since it's your first Host Week interview. So every year we do a fun question.
Okay.
And it's deeply psychologically probing. So this year question, the fun question is, if your company, if ATHome Atlas Travel were a game, what would that game be and why?
That's a great question. I would have to say, if our host agency could be anything, it would be the game of life. And life is a fun game. I used to play that all the time with my kids, because no matter how you play it, it can always end and begin differently. And you just have to roll with it. And as we all know, from 2019 on, life threw us a giant curveball, and the kids that are driving along in the car, everything changes, and you have to go with it. And just adapt. So I would say we are a very agile agency that made it through COVID. We grew stronger. We focused a lot on our infrastructure of our agency during that time to build better benefits and a more robust membership for our members. And it was a very trying time, and that's the game of life, right? You take those turns and you take those roads, and they're the roads that sometimes you don't want to travel, and you end up navigating better than the path you were meant to be on. So I'd say that's how we've sort of run our business, and it's been pretty successful.
I love that analogy.
Yeah. Yep.
The agility and the ability to pivot.
Yes. Yes. Whether you want to or not, it just you've got to go with life.
And you're there to support along the way.
Yep. Always.
I love it.
Yeah.
So, Melissa, you submitted a very generous offer for Host Week special for the travel advisors that are with us. Can you tell us about your special?
Sure. Yes. We have a one-time joining fee, which is all of your setup and infrastructure of your tools and technology. And for Host Week through March 1st, we're offering 50% off the joining fee for both individual memberships and agencies. And an agency to us is if you have subs underneath you and you want to bring them on board too at a discounted price, we'll discount that joining fee.
Gotcha. Well, that's fabulous. Thank you so much for submitting that offer. And so, Melissa, we'll make sure that we put in a link to the ATHome and Atlas Travel profile on our site, and we'll direct folks over to your special as well. And thank you so much for chatting with us today. Even though it was the first Host Week interview, I feel like we've done many of these before. So
we're excited. And if anyone's thinking about, we'd love to talk to you, whether you're ready to join it or not, and learn more about the program.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Melissa.
Thanks, Mary.
Melissa, I am 100% on board with Mary. That was a fabulous inaugural Host Week interview, and we cannot wait for many more. And I saw you were in the comments there, so thank you so much for joining in the comments. If you have questions for Melissa, you can pop in the comments, or you can also go to their profile on Host Agency Reviews and ask your questions in the Q&A tab. We will also link to the specials, but just a quick thank you to the companies that are offering specials, to the Host Week registrants, and all of you watching. There is a reason that they are offering these specials, and that is because those of you that are taking the time to attend Host Week, it is not a joke. The amount of time that you spend here is serious, and soaking up all that knowledge is you are coming in with such a leg up compared to new ICs that don't put in the time. So that is why they are offering them. Kudos to all of you. It is a huge commitment to even attend a day of Host Week, and I know many of you are watching days of it. So next week, or no, this is what happens when I look at the comments. I just totally get lost. Next up, we will be hearing from Chad Burt with Outside Agents, who, if you know Chad, his interviews are never boring. So a few things for you to know about Outside Agents. They have been in business since 1992. They have $750 million in sales between their 9,000 advisors. So Mary, the floor is all yours.
It's Mary here again with our Host Week interviews, and I'm sitting with none other than Chad Burt, the co-owner and co-president of Outside Agents. Hey, Chad, how are you? Happy Host Week.
I'm doing great. Glad to be here.
Me too. I look forward to picking your brain, especially since you just told me that you grew Outside Agents from a $10.62 agency when you first opened to a $1 billion agency. Am I hearing that right?
Sure, we're going to do $1 billion.
1 billion. Okay. Well, with that, let's launch into how you're.
It's good stuff.
Excellent. Well, speaking of your agents working hard, tell us a success story about an advisor and how you've helped them grow.
Okay, I love this question because we just hit the most $1 million producers in the 30-year history of our company. Okay, so that's a big deal. $1 million producers are kind of rare. What I'm even more impressed about is we graduated more agents to the higher tier of our commission splits than ever before in the history of our company. What does that mean? It means that my sweet spot, I mean, I love top dogs. Don't get me wrong. You know, you're heavy hitters and all that. But those people in the middle, that's my sweet spot, because everybody at the top had to come through the middle. And what I find is a lot of them are really receptive to new ideas and getting outside of the box, which is where I live. Inside the box, I don't do that so well. So I want to use an example of somebody who took some adversity. Let's call it $10.62 for reference, and did something. Okay, so Larry, forgive me, man, but I got to share this story. Larry's wife, God bless him, passed not too long ago, and she was a travel agent with us. Larry did all the accounting and inputting bookings and all that kind of stuff, not his wife. They're retired and all that kind of stuff. So when she passed, he decided to carry it down when he took up, but to carry on doing what his wife was so passionate about. Take care of all of her clients, just step right out in there and handle it in honor of her memory, the way I understand it. And so marketing and travel sales and all that weren't his strongest suit. Well, we just deployed My Agent Genie, which is a suite of artificial intelligence tools designed to help agents speak in their brand voice, be more persuasive, create custom marketing materials, and so on. So Larry, God bless his soul, shoots me an email and says, "Hey, I'm 80 years old. I don't understand any of this." You know, he says, "I'm 80 years old, and because of that, I don't understand any of that." And I replied to him, I said, "Larry, back up. My dad's 81, and he's as spry as he's ever been." And we started talking about AI. He asked me a few questions about a video. He asked me, you know, what is AI? What can I do with it? And we're going back and forth via email. Now, here's the thing. I put my pants on like everybody else does. You know, I'm running a billion dollars, whatever. But I know what it takes. And when I see somebody put out some effort like that, they have my undivided attention. And so we kept going back and forth. I want to say 20 or 30, maybe 40 emails. What do you think of these responses? What do you think of this prompt? How's this look? Da, 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 da. And I'm trying to demonstratively share with him the benefit of the knocks, bumps, and bruises I've suffered along the way to maybe get him up and running. So, you know, he has access to all of our mentors. He has access to our huge learning management system. He's got access to everything. At the end of the day, despite my background in technology, people are what matters. Okay. And so when I saw him throwing out that effort, I said, he's not a techie, he's too old and all that. I just doubled down on it. I want to tell you, he went on to make reels, posts, short videos. This guy took the ball and ran crazy with it. And he's starting to see the results. You know, I think the story you're looking for is how, you know, somebody went from dirt to the top of the thing. I don't know that that's as important as somebody who just moved in the direction they were trying to go.
Yeah.
A lot of times we find that personal inertia, you know, overcoming that personal inertia is the what predicts success once they start moving.
Yeah, I love that.
With it. And so that's one of my favorite stories, because at the end of the day, it's about being human. And I don't care how big we get. The day that somebody can't call me or Steve at our desk and talk to us, I'm hanging up my shoes or my boots or whatever, my Spurs. People, you know, I still remember signing up our first agent, Bob Aiva, our second one, Leslie Beach. You know, I don't want to forget that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I loved what you said, Chad, about everyone had to move through the middle to get to the top. And, you know, personally, I'm with Larry at the beginning of the social media technology odyssey. Yeah. So speaking of that movement, I'm wondering, what are 3 of the top ways that you support new advisors from when they sign on with outside agents until they make their first booking? How do you get that movement going?
So we're a pay it forward organization. Okay. What we find is we invest in everybody, and 20, 30% are going to work out. It's not our failure or theirs or anything else, but not everybody's cut out to be a particular type of business person. So what we do is we just really invest heavily. It costs a whole $21 to sign up with our program. You know, we give you 1,000 hours worth of on-demand training, live one-on-one mentoring with people, direct access to Steve and I for whatever benefit that is. And we just double down on everybody. And those that react to it, those that overcome their personal inertia and give it some effort, we double down on them. And those that continue to apply effort and increase that effort, then we double down on them. I don't say triple because it is exponential. that investment is exponential.
Yeah.
What I've learned is this: somebody gets through that first year or so, and they've been listening to what's going on around them, not just us, but the whole thing. They tend to succeed, and they tend to stick around. So it's to our financial advantage. It's not, I love what I do, don't get me wrong, but it's to everybody's financial advantage to invest heavily, because owning a business, I'm going to use a technical term, it sucks that first year. I don't care who you are. Okay. You've got to get through that. And so, a lot of companies want to charge for training up front. They want to make it hard to get in. What we want to do is let everybody come in and filter themselves. Most people who aren't going to put the effort in tend to wander off in the first few months. And that's okay. That's good for everybody. So that one-on-one support, that onboarding is critical to people's success. Second, everybody you talk to here at my organization is a decision maker. Whatever decision they make, we're going to back up to a point. I mean, obviously it's silly, but I'm saying those people make a decision and we stand behind them because they're on the front lines. They know what's going on. All of our staff has years of experience. They're helping make decisions with their business partner, our agents. If you can't call up somebody on a given Wednesday and get an answer to a strategic question, then you might have some issues coming up down the road. It'd be like me not being able to get hold of my wife when there's a problem with one of our kids. It's really important. And the third thing is we take a very pragmatic approach to training. We have nearly 100 live trainings every month available on demand. We've got over 1,000 hours of training available to you. And now we're deploying what we call recipes, playbooks, basically. Short, really easy to follow instruction manuals on very simple steps, which combined comprise more complicated tasks. Okay, so let's do digital marketing. One of those tasks is set up your Google My Business page. Another is to optimize your About Us page, and so on. So these little guides, these individual little pieces, so that when the agent asks for a sip off of the water, we don't feed them with a fire hose. One example of that is Sipper. That's so your phone rang, Sipper. The idea was this: so many agents suffer from paralysis by analysis.
Right.
And that fear of that phone ringing the first time when they don't have the confidence in what they're doing yet, that we decided we needed to make that path the easy part. Then the marketing makes sense. They're willing to invest because they feel some degree of confidence that they know what to say and do. And so once that phone rings, we give them scripts, we give them outlines, we give them everything. You can learn everything you need to know to be a travel agent. Not a marketer or a travel agency owner, but a travel agent in less than 4 hours. That are really angry with us for giving that away for free. You can name names. But again, we front load the investment in the hope that the returns come. And just like in the stock market, I'll pick 10 stocks, 1 or 2 will do really well, and the rest will tank.
Yeah.
What's the net result? It's still a profit.
Yeah. So it's like laying, laying the groundwork of that infrastructure to have the long-term results.
Yeah, the short term doesn't work out for us. It's not our thing. It's the same thing with travel agent clients. That first sale is going to cost you $350, maybe $400 to get a stranger to call you. That second sale is going to cost you about $3. So just like our agents invest in their future, so do we invest in theirs.
So to pivot from the strategy side of things, our next question is about the cultural side of outside agents. And I'm wondering, what are 3 of your core values and how does it contribute to your culture?
Number 1, people first. The day Steve and I start thinking we belong in the ivory tower, again, it's time to hang up our shingle. Okay? It's people first. Everybody's a person. Believe it or not, I know that sounds redundant, but they're not just a number on a page. They're not just a statistic. They're not just a KPI or anything like that. They're human beings. They have different motivators. They have different needs. They have different wants. They have different desires. They have different ways of communicating. Mm-hmm. So we try to encompass everybody. But we also believe that if you're speaking to everybody in a room, you're speaking to nobody in that room. So we do try to make things human-centric, fundamentally human. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. The next thing we look at is our focus on growth. Look, like I mentioned earlier, I love heavy hitters. Bring me $1 million producer from another, host. I love that. Don't ever get me wrong. Having said that, as I was saying earlier, moving that middle third into the top third is what I'm really passionate about. And I find that if people set goals, rather than saying, I want to sell $1 million by this time next year, we ask, what do you want to feel like Wednesday afternoon, a year from now? You want to feel excited, confident, growth? What do you want to feel? Then we work back to the numbers. And then we figure out the path to get there. And then finally, partnerships. We are our agent's partner, first and foremost. Second, we are our vendor partner's partner. During the pandemic, we continued to market for all of our vendors gratis, free, because our email list is there. Didn't cost as much as send a blast. And why not help out your partner? Why not go that extra mile? We didn't lay anybody off. We didn't cut any bonuses. We didn't do anything. We just continue to pay it forward. So partnerships. And combined, when we look at partnerships, people, and growth, combine those three things, that's a winning equation. I don't care how you look at it. Ultimately, it's going to pan out.
I love that. Partnerships, people, and growth, kind of like the three pillars of the outside agents philosophy.
That philosophy, yeah. It's what we learned as we went. I'll tell you this real quick. Our slogan for the first 3 years, it was just Steve and I, eventually his wife. We called ourselves 3G. It was the goof, the geek, and the gal. Okay. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. Remember the Wizard of Oz? Literally one day, agent calls up and says, tell me about groups. Like, how many cabins are in a group? And I said, so you're asking how many cabins are in a group? And I'm gesturing for Steve. So it was that kind of improvising and what we've learned along the way that led to our philosophy. So pretty practical.
I like that. And I like that you brought up your earlier beginnings at outside agents, because the next question has to do with the starting out too. And we're wondering, what is your pro tip for advisors who are having a hard time finding clients?
Okay. Persistence. Keep it up. We have a huge marketing center with all this stuff, for you available to send out. We have AI generators that'll do all your Facebook posts, all your emails, all that kind of stuff. Just do it. Do it. This is a numbers game. Number one, and let me just kind of say, not parenthetically, but in this number game, only one thing matters. Authenticity. Do you get the impression you're talking to Chad here? Not some face I put on, I hope. And the same is true with travel agents. Consumers don't want to deal with the machine. They don't want to deal with those who shall not be named that begin with E and end in A.com. They want to deal with a human that understands their wants and needs from their own perspective. Not they've heard about them, but they know them. They've experienced them. They've had the same feelings that their clients want. That authenticity, that imperfect picture, that moment when they see you without your game face on, that matters. Forbes did a study a couple years ago amongst the 300 of the top 500 corporations in America, talking about trust in their leadership, their CEO in particular. You know what the number one common denominator, most prevalent answer to that question, as far as what causes you to trust your CEO so much? The number one answer by far was they cussed. They stubbed their toe. They dropped a word maybe they wouldn't in front of their kids. But in that split second, they saw that they were real and human and authentic and came back. They cursed. So authenticity, not always in the form of curse words, is key to anybody's success.
I love that. I love that as a sign of trust. I've never thought of it that way before. That's really neat.
My grandpa said, you're good friends with somebody if you can sit in a car and not say anything for 20 minutes and not feel uncomfortable. It's knowing somebody and just being yourself.
Yeah, I love that. So Chad, we are already at the fun question, which is deeply psychological this year, as it is in past years. if outside agents were a game, what game would you be and why?
So I had a few answers come from the crew. One was Twister, Risk. We heard about that. The answer is pickleball. A little bit of pickleball. It's really popular. It looks easy. It kind of is easy. It's a lot of fun. Somebody's winning all the time, and we're not trying to kill each other doing it. Look, travel is not where aggression wins. It's people first. In fact, if you're trying to win at travel, in other words, you're trying to beat somebody else, you're probably losing. Just go out there and do you. Pickleball. Some people show up, they're 80 years old, they're 18 years old, and they're just there to play. And when I say play, let me qualify that real quick. My background's educational psychology. There's this Frenchman last name, Piaget, and his research and all that is the foundation of Montessori school. Experiential learning. Put your hands on something. Let children sit in a room full of colorful, fun things with which to interact, and they will master those things. So play is foundational to who we are as a human being. And I don't necessarily mean goofing off, but putting the rules aside for a second and just being you, like a child. Not childish, childlike, and wandering around without concern of the consequence, knowing that you're pretty much safe where you are. And that's the environment we try to create for our agents. We want them to make boo-boos. We want them to learn their lessons, not just by reading the book, but by taking the scrapes and the bumps and bruises along the way, because that's how you build real businesses that are successful in the long term.
Well, that's amazing. I love that. I love bringing in the element of play and like the strategic and technology combined with the authenticity and the personality and relationship building. And it's been a pleasure to chat with you, Chad. And we will be sure to drop a link to outside agents in the thread so folks can go check out your profile. And I know Chad is always really open to a phone call. So
real quick, let me throw that out.
Yes.
My extension is 210. Steve's extension is 312. We're here to help. I've got the best crew on the planet. But if you need us, give us a call. Serious. We're here.
Thank you so much, Chad, and happy host week. I hope we get to chat again soon.
Me as well. Have a great day.
Bye.
Well, I think we need to leave you with those wise words from Chad. Travel is not where aggression wins, which I've never heard before, but I love. Always great nuggets of information from Chad, and it's great to see all the love for outside agents in the comments. So thank you, everyone, for participating. Thank you, Chad, for participating. And now I know many of you have been wondering when the next appearance of South High School's community band is. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we will link back to where we tell the story of South High Community Band. But for those of you that have been waiting, your patience is rewarded. The time is now. So sit back, enjoy some music from these amazing people who worked on this music, especially for Host Week. Why were they so excited and working so hard to bring you this music? That was so that the donation that we gave could go to fixing an acoustic shell for their alma mater's band program. So keeping up with our travel themed songs this week, we bring you Sweet Georgia Brown. Enjoy. Give it up for the South High School Community Band. That was amazing. Welcome to Tuesday's EDUSPOTS. Please, in the comments, don't be afraid to use the heart emoji, the party emoji. Show your love for the amazing volunteers that created the music for this week. Like I said earlier this week, they are tuning in probably later, not live, since they have daytime jobs not involved in travel. But we have an afternoon headed chock full of information for you to help you run your biz. If you are liking Host Week, don't forget to like this stream and then subscribe to our YouTube channel. One of the things is we are trying out, I'm loving all these clappings in here. Okay, someone is asking about the range of graduating classes in there. I asked them and they had told me I might be getting this wrong, but it's anywhere from like people in their 20s up into their 70s. So it's this awesome mix of people. But we are trying some new things out this year, shorter EDUSPOTS. The hope is being that the sessions can stay really focused and you can walk away with actions you can start implementing right away. So we would love your feedback on this or anything else. So you can always drop it in the comments or you can send it over to hello@hostagencyreviews.com. We'll have a more formal survey that we'll be putting up the QR code for starting tomorrow if you want to wait into that. Let's see. So last thing before we get started is if you are feeling like the live comments are not matching what you're watching, like if people are talking about a live band and you're like, what is going on? Go ahead, make sure that that red play bar at the bottom of your screen is all the way to the right, and that should fix it for you. So our first EDUSPOT of the day is from Betsy Grebinoski with Peak Travel. They're about 30 minutes west of Minneapolis, where I normally live, although I'm in Texas right now. But we're going to put the link to their agency in the comments because they have a gorgeous storefront that they also turn into a wedding venue on the weddings or on the evenings and weekends. And apparently they told me it just takes like 20 minutes or so to pack up the agency and make it a wedding venue. So we've got this very, very exciting EDUSPOT coming up. And this is one that I'm excited about because it's going to save you months and months of finding, tuning, and testing things out because today's presenter has done all the research for you so that you will know the secrets to optimizing your inquiry form for better conversion rates and higher sales. And as a quick note, if you're thinking about throwing your hat in the ring to do an EDUSPOT next year, to do some kind of speaking at Host Week, and I hope you do because we really love bringing on new people, giving them the opportunity to speak and share their ideas. But we will put the link in the comments to how to apply for a speaker at next year's Host Week. We open up the call for speakers usually in August. So, Betsy, let's bring you on. Are the rumors true that Peak Travel can go from agency to wedding venue in just under 30 minutes?
It's true. It's true. We have wedding venues. We have parties, anniversary parties. It's a very multi-purpose space. It's beautiful. It's a restored lumber warehouse and just gorgeous. So it's really fun to work in our brick and mortar location, which doesn't exist in every travel agency anymore. So really fun.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't want to cut into your time, but I also want to say, Rita popped me a note that you know the South High School band.
Well, I don't personally know the band, but I know the high school. I was parked in front of it last night. My friends live across the street and work at the school and knew some people in the band. So I was showing them the video. It's such a small world. It's a great thing that you've brought them on to this program. So thanks for doing that.
That's fantastic. Well, I'll stop monopolizing your time and turn it over to you. So thanks so much, Betsy.
Yeah, thanks, Steph. And thank you. Great to see you all. Let's just jump right in. So at a time when travel demand is at record high, it's tempting to help every person who comes knocking. You may be at a place where you're trying to grow your business and you don't want to turn away any potential options that you might have in the future. Or you've already been through the growing stage and you're seeing more business than you can reasonably handle. Either way, you may be quickly finding that you have unlikable clients whose budgets are lower than anticipated, and it's incredibly frustrating to get into that position. Wouldn't it be nice if you could know that you're spending your time and energy on A-level clients that before you actually get going? We've spent the last year tweaking and retweaking and going back again, looking at analytics to really fine-tune our inquiry form, like Steph said, an onboarding process to identify clients who have great budgets and are a joy to serve. And I am really happy to share with you what we learned. So how do we do it? The basic flow of our process is we have an inquiry form on our website, and then we have a short consult by phone, and then we choose to begin or refer away. So first step, that inquiry form is on our website. It's all over. You find it in many ways. That's kind of the thing we point everybody to. And as part of that, they also agree to how we work in our process. Sometimes when we receive an inquiry form, we refer them away immediately because we can tell just from the beginning that it's not a great fit. If we see signs that it is a good fit, then we plan a short, scheduled keyword phone consult to see if it is a good fit and make sure that the client understands that's the objective of the call, for everybody to be on the same page to make sure that it is a good fit. And then if we decide it's still good from there, we begin with working with our partners, or if it was the right decision to hand that lead off, we have other places where we can refer our clients, and that feels good to still be helping somebody so they're not stuck, but focusing on the business that is your business specialty. So a quick note on our form, there are several different ways that you can power this technology, to have the type of form that you're looking for. We personally use 123 Form Builder, which has been helpful for us to build in specific questions that populate based on how someone answers. It's called conditional formatting. Not all forms can do that, but most CRMs and different tools that you're using have some sort of form builder. So you just want to look into what exactly the capabilities are and if it's going to work for what you're trying to achieve. So focus areas here that we want to look at to improve the process. The first one is the length of the form. We want to gather the important information, but avoid losing people. The next one, setting expectations. Process and budget should be known right away from the get-go. We want to identify red flags, and we want to push as many new leads through our inquiry form first as possible. So let's dive into the length of the form. So we tracked our average time on the page of our web form to be between 2 and 4 minutes with no notable bounce change. Of course, bounce rate is people who begin and then leave without completing or without exiting to the next step. So some bounce is okay. It's going to mean that people are reading information about how you work and budget and things and deciding it's not a good fit for them, and that's totally fine. But if you see too much bounce, it's a sign that your form could be too long. So something to definitely pay attention to. So what do we want to collect in our form? First, we want to look at the key details. So we want to keep it very simple. Things that are very obvious to you are going to be name, email, phone, address, and then a marketing opt-in if you're going to do any sort of newsletter or communications to folks going forward. It's tempting, but I would recommend that you avoid collecting passport information, travel companions, a whole bunch of details about somebody at this stage of the game, because it takes a lot of time and effort for the consumer, and it's not really necessary at this step. So that's one area that you can cut back for sure. Trip information. This is of course, helpful for understanding what the request is and giving you a better understanding of how we're going to pre-populate the budget, which I'll speak of here in a minute. So the type of trip is the first question we ask. Cruise and group are obvious. Custom, we've chosen this word instead of FIT because most people don't know what an FIT trip is in layman's terms. And we found that custom trip is pretty obvious. That's something that we're putting together for somebody piece by piece. We ask people when they want to travel. We tried different ways of asking this question, and we decided or landed on an open-ended format for this question. Can actually be the most beneficial because people will give you the level of specificity that they have available to them, and you don't need to add a whole bunch of extra questions. So just kind of when do you want to travel is a good way to format it. And then the destination is also very important. So there are many destinations in the world, and you can get really detailed when it comes to a destination list. But we decided to go with destination categories because this helps us to group by region and also by budget. So as I am going to speak about here, we are going to take this information and then pre-populate some budget information for the client. So we need to know where around the world they're going to be headed to. And most of the time you can kind of do this, in a Europe category, but there are some destinations like what I've shown here with Italy, where there's an outlier, a popular outlier that either is much more or less important, but sometimes if it's a much less than the other areas around it, that's important to call that out. So for example, with Italy, we get so many requests for Italy that we are finding our budget number was not quite accurate, and we didn't want to raise it for the whole continent. So we decided to pull it out on its own, and we found that to be very successful. So these are things that you're going to want to play around with yourself and figure out what works for you. But that is one area that we found to be very important. Next, setting expectations. The next set of questions are going to be beneficial for both you and the client. Budget and process questions are about setting expectations, and they're critical for this stage of your web form. So we use the opportunity to educate clients on budget that they can be expecting to spend. Planting the seed before the conversation begins helps them to get ready to invest in what's required. Clients want to pay a fair price, but sometimes they don't really know what that should be, especially in this era of inflation and just travel demand being so high. A lot of people just don't know what it's going to cost to have the type of trip that they're looking for. So asking an open-ended, what is your budget, can sometimes lead to inaccurate and really challenging answer for some people to give. So instead, we recommend trying something that is more education first. So a statement that we use is, these trips start at $8,500 per person per week, excluding air, and give them kind of the chance to consent or opt in for other options, such as maybe a cruise that might be a slightly lower price point, or if they're seeking a referral because that budget is not something that they're capable or interested in spending, it gives them kind of a starting place for what they're buying or what they're investing in by working with our business. So when we changed it to this education first kind of consent type of budgeting, we saw our take rate and our budgets increase significantly. It was pretty shocking how much people were willing to spend when they had time to think about what exactly it is they were capable of or interested in, or what kind of trip they want to have. And we worked with our DMC partners and our group tour operators and cruise lines and kind of our historical information about how much trips cost to kind of set these budgets that make sense. And then frankly, we changed them a few times over because, the market is changing, and when we found over and over that we weren't able to make a trip happen at that price point that we had thought we could, then we needed to move it up. So it's something that I recommend you continually work on and fine tune to make sure that it is the most accurate as possible for your clients. The one caveat here that I'll say is that people don't read. People will forever not read. And so it's important to confirm budget numbers again, kind of in that initial consult conversation, to help people do the math. It kind of saves everyone time. So a statement such as, we're seeing starting budget for 5 people, 10 days in Italy at 40,000. So that's your number. This will get more precise as I work with my in-country partners and we figure out what exactly you'd like to do, but just wanted to confirm that that sounds doable for your group. That really can help everybody make sure you're on the same page. And then clients may or may not have experience working with a travel advisor in the past. And even if they have, we all work a little different. So this is a great opportunity to help them understand kind of what are the most important things that they should expect in working with you, so that you both don't invest time and then lead to a dead end. So we've pulled out key details, including what you see on the screen here, such as your upfront planning fee, that pricing and availability are subject to change. Those kind of things we've pulled out and added them as checkboxes that somebody needs to agree to when they fill out our form. And then we also link out to our full how we work process, which gives everybody a full understanding of that in our web form. All right, so the next area here that we want to talk about is spotting red flags. And we added one more open-ended question to our form for a couple of reasons. One, to gather more information, and second, to spot red flags. So the question we use specifically is share more about trip ideas, destination, and budget. So most people for this question will tell us, kind of what city they want to go to, or who they're traveling with, or if they have any specific itinerary interests. Sometimes they go into a lot of detail, and sometimes it's really sparse. But we love this question because it can be sort of catch-all to other trip specifics that we wouldn't want to waste a whole bunch of different form questions on that, mean something to one trip but don't mean to the other trip. So that's a really great question that we like to use. And then the red flags that we have identified or we try to pay attention to is it starts with a highly detailed itinerary, like super way too detailed itinerary, which, all of these red flags are up to you to decide if they're a problem for you, but that can be a sign that someone wants to plan their own trip, and maybe they should. So pay attention to that. Another red flag would be an itinerary that has too much crammed in, too many cities trying to do in too short of days. Maybe they're asking for points bookings or Airbnb. This is not our business model, so this is something that we watch for. Sometimes people can be quite rude, have communication that is not very respectful. That's something to pay attention to right away, of course. And the last area is just budget information that doesn't really align with the question that they answered above. So they might say that they agree to a $5,000 per person per week budget, but then when they get to that, the sharing more, they say that their actual budget is $8,000 for the whole family. And in the end, that doesn't actually fit. So this is something that, of course, we pay attention to here. And sometimes there are no specific red flags, but everything kind of adds up in small ways. You just have that feeling that it's not going to be a good lead. You can save yourself time and make a referral there. Or if you're really trying to grow your business and you really want to make sure that it's not going to be good for you, it's a good reminder to set a very clear boundary in reaching out to the client to schedule a consult, to let them know it's going to be 15 minutes. And the objective is to see if it is a good fit for how you do business, so that you both have the opportunity to walk away from that conversation and not actually move forward beyond that. But just have a little bit more of a chance to talk to them about what they're looking forward to. And the last area here is that we work really hard with our team to get as many of our trip leads to go through that inquiry form as possible. Sometimes, clients will come back and begin straight away with an advisor, or they'll make a really great referral. And, we want to have those returning clients come right through. But a lot of times it makes the most sense to send even past clients through our inquiry form. And that's for a few reasons. First of all, it's, just because someone is a great fit for one trip does not mean that all trips are going to be a great fit for you. And you need to decide how much you can invest in that type of business if you want to maintain the client relationship before you kind of dive into a trip planning that might end up draining a lot of time for you. Sometimes you need to fire a client, and you want to send them through the web form just to make sure that it really isn't going to be a good fit, and that you have all the information before you decide you're not going to work with someone. It helps to manage your schedule. We have, like Steph said, we have a brick and mortar location, but we don't often do direct walk-in kind of meetings. We try to pre-schedule all calls, and this can really help us to stay on task and get the most done in a day. And then the final one is sending all leads through a web form can help keep your requests organized. So from social media to email, phone calls, cocktail parties, you may be getting requests all over the place. And if you have one place that you can send folks to, it can really help you to make sure that you don't miss somebody, and have all the information you need to get started each time, kind of from the same place. So that's what we've learned, and I am happy to take questions.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Betsy. We have a couple questions that came in.
Okay.
So, oops, hold on. Let me just pull these up. Okay, so first one from Rachel. Betsy, I'm curious how you came across the numbers you use and what kind of response you see, for example, in Mexico. I see you have a $6,000 per week per person. Are you strictly working with only luxury clients?
Yeah. Yep. We at Peak Travel, we are a small boutique agency, and we focus, our specialty is on 4- and 5-star experiences. And so that's how we kind of formed our those numbers, is that we work with partners that we regularly book through to kind of put those numbers together, whether it would be a DMC or if somebody chose a cruise or a group trip, then those numbers would be different. So that's why I was talking about the conditional formatting. If you set up kind of your numbers with your questions, then that would lead to a different kind of budget parameter.
That's perfect. And then one from Cirio Travel Group. What CRM do you use for 123 forms? Like, what does it feed into?
We actually just switched to TripSuite, which we love as a CRM. Yeah.
That's how we met, is at a TripSuite dinner.
Yep. So they do have forms. TripSuite does. They're continuing to build theirs out. They don't quite have the conditional formatting yet, so we are not able to use it quite yet. We're hoping to do that very soon. But for now, 123 Form Builder use it, or it connects with Zapier, which I think Zapier would feed into almost any CRM. And so those questions or those inquiry forms feed in that way. And we are, have everything we need in that area.
Perfect. And then one more question. Is it possible, from Judy, is it possible to have the sides included in the playback? You can tell it's been a day. Is it possible to have the slides included in the playback? There are so many great questions to ponder, and I can't write that fast. Would you be willing to share the slides and we can push them out? Cool.
Yep,
so
we'd love to.
Yeah, thank you so much, Betsy. And then there was one more question. I saw someone come in here. Okay, let's do this one more. So how do you deal with people you fire leaving you a bad review?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I think that the biggest thing is to make referrals that you can have somebody who will be a good fit for them and their business, and kind of, you want to let people down lightly. So, let them know if it's someone who you've worked with before. A lot of times it's budget, and, you can let them know that you're not able to work within that budget with just the demand, the travel inflation and things. And, you do specialize in 4 or 5 star or whatever it is, and that there's someone else who specializes in what they're looking for, and you can make a referral that way. It's risky though. It feels scary to fire clients for sure.
Yeah, and I often find that the people that you're firing, you are not the first person that they have been rude to, and they likely in their review it comes across as possibly a haughty person that is difficult to work with. So great questions. If we have more, Betsy, do you have time to stick around in the comments if anyone else has any more questions?
Yep, I will keep an eye on it for a little bit here.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Betsy. Really appreciate it and great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, we are just getting started today with our EDUSPOTS, and we have plenty more coming up. So for those of you that are just tuning in, welcome. And there has been a lot of learning going on today. There will be a lot more ahead. If you're wondering what the balloons are and just joined, these are the dog balloons. This one's Orion. The red one is Fennec. So for those of you that are wondering, you can revisit the Host Week programming all week long. They are recorded. They're on our YouTube channel. So make sure to go back because they are packed with great information. And we have been adding chapter shortcuts to each day's Host Week programming on YouTube. So you can go into this description, say from yesterday now, and you can immediately click the timestamp and end up on whatever session you would like to watch. So go ahead, put your pen down, spare yourself that carpal tunnel, just sink in to the next EduSpot and join the conversation in the live. comments. So our next EDUSPOT speaker is a dear friend, Allison Breininger with the Negative Space. Some of you may know that I have a pretty serious chronic illness. I know it's actually hard to imagine because I'm so energetic during host week, but my chronic illness is vasculitis, and it can lay me up for months at a time. And my partner, Paul, is an amazing caretaker for me when I can't walk and I'm stuck in bed. So I am incredibly appreciative to all of the caretakers that are out there, whether it's being a parent or you're taking care of your parents, you're doing both, or if you have a partner that's sick. And one thing I know is that oftentimes those needs come last. You put yourself last. So the goal of this session is to, one, recognize all the caregivers out there. And then they're running businesses, and we want to help give you some ways that you can balance it. So here's a little bit more about Allison. Allison has been a caregiver for her husband, who, by the way, is fantastic. Hi, Sean, if you're out there. She has been a caregiver for her husband since 2011 with a bone marrow transplant and 7 cancer diagnoses. She co-hosts the In Sickness podcast, provides individual coaching to caregivers nationwide, facilitates support groups, and partners with multiple organizations to more intentionally support caregivers. So Allison, I'm excited to see you. Welcome.
Thanks, Steph. Thanks so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
Is Winston there?
He's not in the room in the moment, but you never know what Winston the dog might.
Yeah. She texted me today and I was like, no, seriously, bring Winston in because we actually have pet photos that we post up throughout the day.
Winston's the dog, by the way. Yes.
Thanks for clarifying. Well, Allison, I don't want to take up any more of your time, so I'm going to pass it over to you. Thanks so much for being here today.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Steph. All right, everybody, thanks so much. I'm really glad to be here. Like Steph said, I am Allison Breininger, and I am a caregiver for my husband, Sion, who, as Steph said, is fabulous. And he has had many things in the last, since 2011, bone marrow transplant, lots and lots of cancers. And so I was thrust into the role of being a caregiver in my early 30s. I had no medical background, did not expect this. In addition, we have a teenager, I have parents and an aunt who, are in their 70s and 80s. And so I am actually what many people call a sandwich generation caregiver, which means I'm caring for someone older, someone younger, but then I like to say I'm sandwiched with like a side of chips because I've got this husband on the side as well. And so many of us in the United States are falling into the sandwich caregiver generation where we're not just caring for one person, we're caring for multiple people. So not only am I a caregiver, but I'm also a business owner. So like many of you, I am working and caregiving at the same time. And I've been really fortunate that in my life, I've been able to be an independent contractor for most of my working life, which sounds really dreamy. Like I can do that, but I can also like care for my husband and my daughter and all the people. But as likely if you're here and you're listening to this, you know that basically what that ends up being is having 2 full-time jobs, one of which you're not trained for and you are not compensated for. And so, and then often most people don't know that you can have this other job in the background. They don't realize, sort of just like Steph just shared, a lot of people don't realize all of that goes into her health in the background in what I call the negative space, to tie that into the artistic concept. And so, it's a huge deal. And so that's why today we're going to talk a little bit about what it's like to be a caregiver and working at the same time. So if I may, I'm going to give you a little peek into what that looks like at our house. This is something that I actually wrote quite a while ago, but I could have today probably written something very similar because, as you know, as a caregiver, it's just constant, isn't it? So I'm going to read you a little bit of give you a peek into what it looks like to be a working caregiver. So indulge me for a few minutes here. So I work from home, and as this work of mine finds me facilitating and participating in video calls like this all the time. And so when the participants log on, they see something that looks like this. This bright smile is the subject, the positive space, the thing that is easily seen and noticed. And yet on any given day, there's a whole lot hiding in the negative space, off screen, unseen, that happens before, during, and after all of those video calls. Here's one such example. It's 9:48 a.m. I hear my husband, Sean, coughing. I check on him and notice that his cheeks are flushed. 9:49, take his temperature. wince at the reading, swear silently. At 9:50, my phone alarm beeps to say the next meeting starts in 10 minutes. 9:51, I call the clinic to report the fever, ask for instructions, leave a message. 9:53, I find the Tylenol, refill his water, and deliver them both. At 9:55, I open the sterile packaging for his feeding tube bag. I fill it halfway with water. I let the water run through. I shake it. I open the cans of the high-calorie nutritional supplement, pour them into the bag, fill the syringe, fill the tube with water, roll the IV pole into the bedroom, connect him up to that, and put all of the materials within reach. 9:58, I ask if there's anything he needs, praying that the answer is no, while attempting to appear concerned and present as I edge towards the door. 9:59, I run to the home office, close the door, sit at the desk, turn on the computer. 10 o'clock. Call begins. I smile and I greet the participants cheerfully by name and ask them questions about their grandchildren and their recent vacations and all of those things. I assist them struggling to get on there with a video. I begin to facilitate the meeting. At 10:04, I ask for burning questions and celebrations. And at 10:05, my silenced phone lights up with a return call from the clinic. At 10:07, a voicemail icon appears on my phone. At 10:08, I hear the coughing coming from the other room. At 10:09, I encourage those participants to ask questions and give affirmations of each other, and I share my screen to look at data. And at 10:14, the doorbell rings with the delivery of medical supplies. And I really hope that the snow isn't going to seep through the boxes in the next 46 minutes. And at 10:19, I hear coughing from the other room. At 10:20, I pause to have the participants write takeaways and goals. And at 10:22, my silenced phone lights up with a text from the pharmacy. The prescriptions are ready to be picked up. 10:23, I set the scene for the upcoming video clip. And 10:24, I give specific things that they should be observing for. And at 10:25, my silenced phone lights up with a call from the nurse at my daughter's school. 10:25, I start the video. 10:26, the voicemail icon appears again. 10:27, coughing from the other room. 10:23, I stop the video and I give participants time to complete note-taking. And at 10:34, the mail arrives with the sound of medical bills just like splashing through the door into an untidy pile on the mat, right as the cat vomits on the carpet beneath me. And then I hear coughing from the other room. So, sounds exhausting, doesn't it? And maybe for some of you, it sounds too familiar. And like I said, that was one day years ago. I could have written almost the exact same thing today, because that's just kind of the way as working caregivers, what people are seeing and what's happening in the background. So even if your caregiving life doesn't sound like mine, like you might say, oh, we don't have feeding tubes. Oh, we don't have this. Oh, we don't have that. I don't want you to downplay the time and the energy that you spend. So it might be, well, I just go and, visit my mom in her nursing care facility 3 days a week after work. Oh, I just spend 3 hours with my dad on Sundays, filling up his pillbox, right? I just. We use the word just a lot as caregivers, and really, we need to take stock and acknowledge how much time and energy and emotional energy we spend doing these tasks and how that actually really adds up. And so we're not alone. 61% of us are caregivers who are working outside the home, which these days doesn't really mean, it means in addition to work, right? Many of us are here in our homes, but in addition to a job, 61% of us are working. And on average, caregivers spend 25 to 37 hours a week on caregiving, which is a half to a full-time job that we are doing, in addition to the job that we already have. So this is a lot, and I just painted a pretty hard picture of what this looks like. And so why is it that we do this? Research has shown that there actually is benefits. There are benefits to this. Working can let you maintain a sense of self. So I get to be more than just mom, wife, caregiver. I get to be a person who comes and does webinars. I get to be a coach. I get to be a speaker. I get to be a writer. That's important for us to maintain that. Many of us love our jobs and we just really want to do it, even if it's hard and even if it means we're balancing these things. For many of us, we're passionate about the cause. I would guess the people listening today, you are passionate about travel. I am passionate about caregiving. And so these are things that we want to do and we feel drawn to do or called to do. For some of us, working gives us a sense of accomplishment. Caregiving can sometimes feel like a never-ending list of tasks. And when we go to work, we're able to accomplish something and do something and check something off the list in a way that maybe we aren't in our caregiving lives. For many of us, we end up being the sole breadwinner. In my house, my husband has not been able to work since his diagnosis in 2011. And so that means that I need to work so that I can have that income for our family. And tied to that is the insurance often. And so whether that means insurance through your employer or that you have enough income to independently get insurance, it's important when you have someone in your family, or if you're a human in general, to have that insurance. And so often someone needs to continue to work so that insurance can be gotten. But there's also a lot of hard things. Many of us caregivers who are working feel torn. We feel guilty. We feel like we're never doing enough. We're sort of just being pulled in all the directions. In my house today, I have a sick kid home from school. I've got the husband with all the things, and I've got a lot of work things. And it just feels like I feel torn from all of them, right? That may leave us feeling like we're not ever fully present. Like I mentioned in the one before, that I was at the door of the bedroom saying, like, I hope he doesn't need anything else. And I was inching my way out of the bedroom to run to the meeting. And I feel like I'm never really present there. I'm never really present here. And you might feel like you're just not fully able to be in either space. You might feel like you're failing in both places, right? And so I would guess that people like you who are, doing your own thing and doing this travel industry are people who give it 1,000%. And so if there are times that you're not able to give that 1,000%, then it might feel like you're failing because you're not giving it as much as you want. But if you really give yourself grace to realize you are essentially doing two full-time jobs, that might give you some perspective to realize that you're doing a phenomenal job at both of them. You likely feel exhausted and burnt out because you're doing a lot, and because especially this caregiving thing, it's emotional work. It's emotional to be dealing with your loved ones' wellness and well-being, and to watch them suffer and to be pulled in all of these directions. And so that's a challenge, just feeling exhausted and burnt out. And you might feel unreliable. I know that in my life, I feel like everything I plan always has to have an asterisk next to it, because it feels like, well, we don't know what might happen between now and then, what medical emergency might come up. And so I feel unreliable both at home, in that I might have a work thing that comes up, or I feel unreliable at work that a medical thing might come up. And that feels really hard. So we know there's benefits and we know there's challenges, but we often don't have the option or even want to give up. And so what do we do? What we do know is that the pace at which most of us are moving is not sustainable. It's not sustainable to continue doing these two full-time jobs and not change anything, and not get any help and not get any support, and just continue on in this way. And I'm saying this from years of learned experience. So how do we work towards some balance? And I say towards because it's not an easy solution. It has to be inching towards it, and any inch helps. One thing is to acknowledge your caregiving role and the time and energy it takes. Acknowledge it to yourself, to say like, whoa, I'm actually doing this other thing that takes a lot of hours out of my week and takes a lot of energy out of my soul and my body, right? To acknowledge it to yourself, also to acknowledge it to people around you, whether that's your friends and your family or your colleagues, but also like people in your work spheres. There are 53 million of us. And we're just not talking about it. So I would guess if you said to someone at work, hey, I'm actually spending a lot of hours a week caring for my loved one, there's a good chance that they're going to say, me too. And so we might be scared to talk about this, but bringing it out there they might say, me too. I totally get it. It's fine if you can't come to that meeting, or it's fine if you're late to that thing. I absolutely get it. One thing I think is to think about trying not to do both of these things simultaneously, right? If you try to do what I did on that in the thing that I read, and I'm trying to be a mom and a wife and a caregiver and a worker all at the same time, that can get really hard. And so thinking about how can we think of them as two separate things and have a little delineation. So one way to do that is maybe have some physical delineation. Like I, in my home office, have like a little fountain And I turn the little fountain on when I walk into my office at the beginning of the workday. And when I'm done working for the day, I turn the fountain off, sort of as like a mental, moment for myself to be like, and I'm done. I've heard people do that with things like candles or music or a light. I have a friend during COVID who would put her shoes on in the morning and wear her shoes as she sat at home in her work desk. And when her work day was over, she would take her shoes off. Just something to tell our brain, hey, work time is over and now I'm going into my home time. I want you to think about maybe having these as 2 separate jobs. So thinking about blocking off time on your calendar for the medical appointments, for tasks, for time with your loved one. And so even thinking about, like, if you spend Mondays from 8 to 10, then that's when you make all of those medical phone calls. To instead of saying, okay, during my lunch hour or during this, and trying to fit it in, to block off that time so that you can be there and be present and do it and not feel like you're being pulled, but just put it right there on your calendar. If there's an appointment where you're doing that, think about putting your out of office on. That might not apply to you, but I think that in this world, we're so used to people just immediately responding that if we say, hey, I'm out of the office, I'll be back at 10, right? So that we don't feel that pressure and that pull and that like someone's waiting for me. They know that we'll be back in 2 hours. Build in some transition time for yourself. So if you go to a hard doctor's appointment and sometimes you need that space in between, right? You need some time to breathe, and we don't give ourselves time to breathe and to process. So build some of that in. Give yourself a buffer around some big days. So think about if there's a big procedure or something that day, we often want to say, well, I already took this day off of work. I'm going to go back tomorrow. Give yourself that time. And then when there are work commitments that you need to be fully present for, figure out, is there respite care you can set up so you can just focus on the work thing? And then finally, think about taking advantage of the flexibility of your job. Many of you have flexibility, and I know it has taken me a long time to realize if I'm my own boss, it doesn't matter if from 8 till 4, I'm sitting at my desk. I can have the flexibility to do the things that I want, and I can use that to my advantage. So some quick takeaways. Many of us are balancing work and caregiving. There's some benefits and challenges of both. To find some balance, consider them separate. Think about how you can delineate them in your day and take advantage of the flexibility of your job to set up a schedule that works for both your work life and your caregiving life. So with that, I would love any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Allison. If you have questions for Allison, please pop them in the comments. We're getting a lot of people that it's resonating with, Allison. And I think, even if you don't have, in Allison's particular case, it's medical caregiving. But, I think this transfers over to so many people. It's relatable to so many people that have children, that you feel like you have to go to 17 different things and you need to keep up with the Joneses over here. These are all applicable because for those of you that are new and are starting out, running your business takes a lot of time, especially because a lot of you are going to be still doing your full-time job, starting this up, and then you're going to be doing caretaking. And so breaking this down is great, like a great way to do it and to recognize, Allison, I loved the way you said that, to recognize what you're doing, because it is so often unrecognized in society, and so much of the attention is on your children. They're so cute. They're so wonderful. Ah! And you're like, I didn't sleep last night. Poor Juan. This is our producer, for those that don't know. He has little Joaquin, who is just the cutest little thing, 3 months old, but he's doing host week and keeping this up and getting us on and off of very little sleep. And so, but here he comes on, although he did get a good night's sleep last night, but he comes on and we're like, let's see Joaquin. Mm-hmm. Although we do try to ask about how he's doing as well. So great stuff to keep in mind, Allison. And I don't see any questions in there, but I know for those of you that are caregiving, Allison's podcast that she does, as well as if you get on her email list, I know that my partner, Paul, finds a lot of comfort in what she does, and just being recognized, and he'll tune into the different podcasts and things. Oh, wait. So we've got one that just came in. What is your favorite way to practice self-care, Allison?
Good question. And I will say that self-care is sort of a little bit of a pet peeve of mine, and I'll just go on my quick little tiny soapbox. And that is just that what happens so often is that other people see how hard this is. And then they say, you know what, Allison, are you taking care of yourself? Make sure you take care of yourself. And so instead of seeing that this is hard and supporting me and making my life easier, they're adding to my list by saying, don't forget to take care of yourself too, right? When I just told them that this is a really hard thing. And so, to supporters, I would say, instead of saying that to people, how can you show up for that person, that caregiver in your life, and take something off their plate, right? So for me, I like to find these little like micro moments, I call them, of care, because I cannot get off, to the spa and to the this and to that. And so it's those little things, like I live in Minnesota, it's cold here. Right now I have like the fancy electric blanket on my lap, right? So it's like things like this. Like I said, I have a little fountain in my office. I have I'm really into plants right now because we can't be outside. So as I sit here at my desk, I can see a plant. I've got a fountain. I've got the cozy thing. I have, I'm really into mugs. So this morning was a little bit rough and I grabbed my mug that says one day at a time. Just little, I have sort of built up in my space and around me, little things that can bring me a little bits of joy and comfort as I go through the day, so that even if it's a hard day, I can just grab that and easily comfort myself, even in the little moments between this and this and this.
Perfect. Well, thank you. And for, let's see, Erica, the name of the podcast is In Sickness. If you go to, what's the name of the website again? Negativespace.life?
My website is thenegativespace.life. And the podcast is insickness.care.
Perfect. Well, thank you again so much for coming on, Allison, and shining light and encouraging people to talk about what's going on so that other people can understand this part-time, or maybe full-time job people have going on the side.
Thank you. I appreciate that you brought caregivers into this space and shown light on them in this way. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, everyone, I am super excited for our next EDUSPOT. And you may be thinking, Steph, you're excited about all the EDUSPOTs, which is totally true. I cannot help it. It is in my blood. If you have met my parents, you would understand. But I am excited because A, it is Scott from Travelify, and B, we are going to show off some of the Host Week office mascots before we get started and see Scott. So Juan, go ahead, bring up those glamour shots that we've got of these beautiful pets of the people that are attending Host Week. Look at these handsome or beautiful, I'm not sure. Little puppies. Oh, so cute. Ah, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Oh, the kitties. They're such boss. They're just so boss-like, hello, pretty bear. Wonderful. Well, I didn't tell Scott I was doing this beforehand, so I'm sure he's sitting in the green room wondering what in the world is going on, but he should also not be surprised because it is Host Agency Reviews, and we did have a band playing earlier. So we would love to see your office mascot, whatever it may be. Go ahead and send those pictures to mary@hostagencyreviews.com. And a quick intro for Scott before we bring him on. Scott Rutz is part of the founding team at Travelify and leads Travelify's marketing and sales effort. Scott has a background in marketing and advertising, but has found a new home helping connect great technology with leading travel and tourism brands. Scott, come on down.
Hey, thanks, Steph. How are you?
Great to see you. And your camera is looking wonderful as always. So
thank you.
We still haven't upgraded, but one of these days we're going to be like Travelify.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, before you jump off here, I do want to brag on you and your team. Just for a moment, I'll keep it brief because I know you're on a schedule. So don't stress out, Juan. Don't stress out, Steph.
You're at the end.
Yes.
So you know what?
We can
keep going.
It's just me. No, I do want to say one thing about the Host Agency Reviews team, and I want to brag on them because they're too humble to say it for themselves. We've gotten to know the Host Agency Reviews team for several years now, been able to be colleagues with them, but also be clients and work with them to change hands of money and work together, do advertising and stuff together. And honestly, there are those people that you work with and you're totally okay with, they're great. And then there are people that you're like, these are just great people. These are great people. And that's the Host Agency Reviews team. So Steph, Rita, the entire team, so fun to work with. Really appreciate what you guys do for the industry and what you do for travel advisors. So thank you for being awesome, awesome people.
Oh, thanks, Scott. We feel the exact same way about you guys. Have us come on and we're going to do the exact same thing right back at you.
Perfect. Sounds good.
All right. Well, I'm going to tune in to your seminar. So go ahead, get things kicked off.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. Again, my name is Scott Rutz. I'm a part of the founding team here at Travify. We're an all-in-one platform for travel advisors that contains all the essential tools you need to run your travel business day to day, but also make you look great in front of clients. So that's what we are, but I'm not here to talk about Travify. I'm here to talk about sales workflows. That's probably the most grown-up thing I've said all day. So bear with me. This will be a fun session. I think it'll be really valuable for you all. But we're here to talk about sales workflows and how you can use those to really grow your business that way. Now, firstly, just to give a little bit of credibility to myself, if you're not familiar with me or with Travify, that's okay, but want to tell you a little bit about us so that you know where we're coming from and why this session on sales workflows is important. So throwing up a photo of part of the team here at Travify, but specifically the team that I work with on sales and working with advisors, helping connect Travify and our tools with advisors and stuff. And why I am passionate about this is the headline on the slide there. I've learned sales from literally nothing. No one taught me it. I didn't go to school for it. I didn't intern or anything. Our CEO one day said, "Scott, I want you to do sales." And I was like, what? And so I had an opportunity to really dive in and have an impact in a new area and learned a lot of valuable lessons in the process. And so I've created playbooks for our sales team. I've hired sales team members. I've looked to find what the right qualities and background and history and work experience, what those things are that make a great sales team member. I've worked with the team to bring Travify to over 25,000 different travel brands worldwide, from an individual travel advisor to a mega host agency of hundreds or thousands of agents. I've learned universal lessons in the process that are not unique to travel or to technology, but are universal throughout sales. And also I've spoken with literally thousands of travel advisors over the years. And that's my underlying point there is I've spoken to so many travel advisors. I've learned what works, what doesn't, and what are the common denominators of success with travel advisors in the industry. Now, I know many of you don't have sales experience or formal sales experience, and that's also why this is really important for you as we jump into this session. So I want to cover a little bit briefly on what we're going to cover so you know where we're going in the session. So we're going to talk about what is a sales process, why create a sales process, pro tips to create a sales process, and sales workflow examples so that you can kind of see, not just in theory, this is how you create these things, but here's some real examples. I'll give you an example as well as real advisor examples that other travel advisors have shared with us so that you can see that. Now, we're going to cover a lot of really helpful tips and frameworks along the way to help you create your own sales process. But we're going to cover a lot of ground in 15 to 16 minutes. So it's going to be fast. So having said that, if you want the slides and a bonus worksheet to walk you through how to build out a sales process and actually draft it out that you can work on and use yourself, shoot me an email. Now, I'm purposely not doing this the traditional lead magnet style, anonymously download a form or something like that, because I want to say hi to you. Shoot me an email. I'll send you the stuff and happy to answer any questions and stuff along the way because it's so important, so impactful for your business. So more of just an FYI, shoot me an email, scott@travify.com if you'd like to get those from me. Now, with that being said, let's jump in here. And I have a quick audience participation question. And Steph, feel free to unmute or to share some comments that you see fly in here, since I may not be able to see all of them. So it's two questions. Do you have any sales experience in your life outside of being a travel advisor? And do you have a sales process? So do you have sales experience and do you have a sales process? Steph, hit me with any of the most hilarious things that you see coming in here of someone's hair is on fire. I don't know what sales is. So
I will do that. Okay. Just give me a few minutes and I'll be setting you on fire here.
That's fine. So feel free to throw that in the chat. Because our time's short, we'll keep rolling. But yeah, hit me if you have a good one. If the premise to this is if you answered to no to either of those questions, you're in the right place. This is the right session for you, because what I've seen in chatting with so many travel advisors, so many, vast majority, this is a second or third career in many instances. And their first career was not sales. And so they're coming into the industry where what they're doing is sales, and they do not have any sales experience. And frequently, not always, frequently, many of the host agencies don't have enough sales coaching and training along the way. Some do a phenomenal job. Some don't have as much of those resources in it. So that's where this is really important. So with
Scott,
that,
just to interrupt you, but we are getting a lot of no's. We're getting some disjointed sales process, need help.
Yes.
So
Perfect.
it sounds like this is the right audience for you.
We're hitting the button. We're hitting the button. I like it. So thank you for that. That's good feedback. And thank you everyone for sharing that, because it's good to know we're in the ballpark, and hopefully this will be really beneficial. So I always try to be really strict with myself of never jumping into certain lingo or jargon without defining what that is. So let's first talk about what is a sales process, because if you're not from any type of sales background, you don't even know what I'm talking about of a sales process. So let's define that. Well, how I would define it is a repeatable and scalable process that streamlines and simplifies each customer interaction that you have. So this is the playbook that you're going to take every time you work with a customer. This is the playbook that you follow these steps each time, and it will help make you more confident and help you get from each step to the next step and bring the client along with you. It will help you grow your sales and close things faster because you have a sales process in there. So again, the goal is to help get your client to the next step of the process. So each step of your sales process, the goal and the purpose is to get to the next step, to ultimately get to close that sale with that client. So that's the definition of it. But now let's talk briefly about why creating a sales workflow is important, because this sounds fancy, might sound complicated, but let's actually talk about why this would be important. So a couple helpful data points. A Harvard Business Review study showed that businesses with a standardized sales process see up to a 28% increase in revenue. That's not nothing. 28%. If you could give yourself a raise of 28% by implementing a standardized sales process, you'd do it tonight. So that's a really important data point. Additionally, the Sales Management Association did a study and saw 90% of all companies that use a formal guided sales process ranked as the highest performing. So sales processes help you increase your revenue and help increase your performance. So those are a couple objective data points that correlate with the logic of I've got a great process, a great playbook, it's going to work in there. So with that being said, we've kind of established why it's important to have a sales process. So now let's move into some frameworks or some things that you need to think about when you set out to create your sales process. So we're not getting into laying out the steps or laying out the process with that. We're just talking about what are some things I should consider and think about when I'm sitting down to actually draft out my sales process. And we'll get there in a minute. So let's walk through a few of those fundamentals. So here are a few fundamentals that are really important as you start looking at drafting out your sales process. Your process has to be repeatable. You need to think about how to build in templates, have a clear playbook, and know your process and document it. It's not a process if you don't document it. So I'm going to be really strict on that. But and how you know that, how you know you've accomplished that is you can teach it to other people. And so any business owner can account for this. Steph, I'm sure, can account for this of being an entrepreneur and business owner. You have to be able to teach these things to other people so that they can do these processes and you can grow your business that way. Responsiveness. Time kills deals. Universal lesson in sales. If you're not responsive, you're going to lose the deal. You're going to have a lower conversion rate. Deals are going to get away from you. So your process has to be responsive and quick to respond. Professional. Clarity, quality of communication, and attention to detail. These are important attributes in your sales process and the templates that you build in, all of those things. I do a lot of coaching with my team members on that as well, of how can we improve the quality and the clarity of the communication to better serve our customers. And momentum. Momentum is so important in a sales process. Keep the deal moving to the next point, clear next steps, The client should know exactly what to do, and you're leading them through that process. So they shouldn't have guesswork. They shouldn't have tons of questions because you're leading them through that process of planning their journey. But lastly, be personable, not pushy. You're working with humans. You're a human. Build relationships. Be super personable along the way. Crack some jokes, and build some rapport with them. It goes a long ways. Now, additionally, some tactics to think about when you're building your sales process. And I'll give you a few examples of types of tactics and how to consider them. So maybe you work with lots of high-end trips. Here's a tactic. Never send a proposal without some type of face-to-face or voice-to-voice consultation with it. The types of ticket prices you're talking about shouldn't be presented anonymously via email, generally speaking, unless you have 20 years of work experience with this client, their repeat client. You want to have a Zoom or face-to-face or phone consultation to walk them through stuff, be able to read them in the process so that you can help along the way. All-inclusive trips, volume, speed, quality. Keep that client engaged. The speed is so important because if it takes 2 days to get back to them, they might start looking around other places and searching around online. So you need to build your process around those attributes and those characteristics to make it fast and quick. Lots of templates, repeatable process within there. Follow-ups. The magic is in the follow-up. If you've ever done sales, you know exactly what I mean. Some sales will close from one conversation, but many, upwards of 80%, will close after the third or fifth or sixth touch point along the way. If you've ever done sales, you know exactly what I'm talking about in there. Follow up, follow up, follow up. Not pushy, but personable in those follow-ups. Set yourself apart. Provide value and expertise in every interaction. So do not send empty shells of emails that are just cookie cutter emails to your prospects, to your leads, to your clients that way. Provide value in every conversation, every interaction, even if it's a, hey, checking in on what you thought about that quote, add in a note about the things that you built into the proposal or other value, other expertise that you can offer along the way to make it a valuable interaction and elicit a response from them. Lastly, tend the garden. These are human relationships. So going back to not being pushy, but being personable, you have to continue to invest in these relationships to build up your roster and build up your client portfolio for years and years to come, where you're building so much value into your business. Part of that is tending the garden, staying in touch, checking in on clients, not trying to make a sale, just building relationships along the way. So find ways to do that. And those are great tactics, great things. I use the word tactic just because that's a great way to describe it, but it's not a mechanism or anything. It's just a way to interact with clients that way. So now let's actually start, now that we've talked through some of those frameworks, let's talk about how to create a sales process. So a few questions to kind of tee this up, and this will also be played out a little bit in the worksheet. If you want that, feel free to shoot me an email. So firstly, you want to review your process. Maybe, do you even have a process? And that's okay if you don't. Many newer advisors and some veterans don't. They've just kind of learned it on their own and they kind of wing it. That's totally fine. But think about your process. Think about, are there current challenges you have in your process or current challenges that you have? Does at a certain stage, when you get information to a client, do they have lots of questions? If you get to a certain stage and clients frequently take a few days to respond, or if clients go quiet at a certain stage, those are yellow flags that something is broken in your process, or that you need to zoom in on that part of your process and think about, how can I make sure that the clients have fewer questions or more specific questions, that because I'm providing better information, or how can I get them to that next stage, get a response sooner and faster in that process. But then also think about putting yourself in your client's shoes. What steps ensure a great client experience within here? Think about what's helpful for them. At what stage do they need to see great photos, great videos, great information? What step do they need to do a consultation with you to walk through things and help kind of paint a picture? What step do they need to know? How can they expand and enhance their trip or their experience and stuff working with you, talking about excursions and upsells and activities? Think about their experience and what that means. When should you be sending communication? You can start to build your process around those things. Also think about what are important aspects to your process. Is it timeliness, responsiveness? Is it quality and attention to detail? What aspects are most important to you that you can start to build your process around or really be primary in your process? Is it documentation and processes? Maybe you work in a very specialized, a very specific specialty within travel that you need great documentation around it. Maybe your process is you want to keep the clients engaged at every step of the way. Any one of those can be a primary thing that you want to focus on and emphasize in there. And lastly, clients going quiet. Any one of those you can really prioritize in your process and then build process around that to help with that goal in there. So then from there, also think about requirements or non-negotiables of your process. Travel insurance, passport and travel info, planning fees, terms and conditions. Some of these may be required or prerequisites based on you and how you want to run your business. Some of them may be required based on your host agency. Some of them may be required based on your location. If you're in certain states or if you're in certain provinces like Ontario, you have TICO requirements and you have to abide by those, and that you have to have documentation showing that you presented travel insurance and what the client decided and signed off on it. So some of those things are requirements. You need to put them in your process so that you're always checking those boxes and you have clear records of those. You don't have to do additional work to manage any of that. It's built into your process. So those are some things that you want to think about as you're getting into building out your process. So when creating a process, to move forward and build a process forward, you want to work backwards from your goal, from your destination that you're going. So you want to work backwards in it. So here's an example of a sales workflow. This is one example that is sort of an amalgamation of many different conversations I've had with advisors. It's not exact, but here's a good example of it. It's an 8-step process, and it doesn't have to be 8. It could be 5. It could be 6. It could be 15 steps, depending on how complex of a trip it might be. From step 1, receiving a client inquiry. Step 2, reviewing that inquiry and doing a client call with them. Step 3, collecting a planning fee. Step 4, creating a quote, getting that approved. Step 5, collecting all the confirmations and the insurance waiver. Step 6, final doc sent. Step 7, pre-departure message sent to the clients. And then finally, once the client returns, post-trip client check-in or a post-trip client survey. So those are some really helpful steps in there, as well as timing and points within here. So you can start to see how you start to marry in where that needs to go within timing of that and where you need to trigger those. In many different softwares like Travelify, you can build this. I'm not here to talk about that or sell that, but I want to open your mind to how you can build this into whatever system that you use to build out this process. Now, here's some real examples before we wrap up here. Firstly, shout out to Carrie Dixon. If you know her, give her a digital high five for me. But she was super nice that she actually shared her sales process with Travelify so that we could kind of share this with other advisors. And so you can see she also has an 8-step process. Again, it doesn't have to be 8 steps. It can be any, but you can start to see how her process flows. Hers is incumbent on a planning fee or a service fee being collected in there. And so you can start to see how she builds that into her process. Now, conversely, a slightly different take, Dana Rubin, shared also a great travel advisor that shared her process with us. Instead of using a service fee, uses a client qualification process instead of a planning fee to kind of protect herself, protect her time, et cetera, and qualify clients accordingly. And so you can start to see how her process slightly differs, but is fairly similar and works through similar checkpoints in there. So those are a few examples in that. We're running short on time. I want to be a good presenter and end on time for Steph and Juan in the host agency host week team. But here's a great example you can download. So you can snap that QR code with your phone, check that out. If you're a Travelify user, you can actually download that sales workflow to your account. If you're not, you can just look at it and check it out, take notes on it and stuff. And you can also grab it from the slide deck afterwards if you email me. But feel free to check that out. Super helpful, and it can actually help build out some of that process for you. But in closing, the final thing I want to say is sales workflows are really about helping you be more efficient and stay organized. They're going to help you grow your business and grow your team in the process. But ultimately, you really need to think through what's important to you in that sales process. What's the client experience? What are the business goals that you want to accomplish with that? And finally, try it and stick with it. and then iterate. You're not going to get it right the first time. You're going to learn some things in the process. So stick with it long enough to learn what you need to adjust and adapt and iterate on that, and then build that into your process and go from there. So again, my name's Scott, Scott with Travify. If you'd love to check out the slides or the worksheet, shoot me an email, scott@travify.com. Happy to answer any questions afterwards as well, or connect with you that way. But would love to say hi and connect with you. But again, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Wonderful, wonderful to have you on, Scott. We do have a question that came in from Jane's. Can Travify's form builder use conditional logic? Like, can we set it up with, I don't know if you were on for Betsy with Peak Travels, but he's wondering if they did the form like that, can they set it up?
Gotcha. We're getting into some of those areas. So we're building in different automations and tools and triggers for that. So you'll see more and more of that in the coming near future from Travify.
Do you have timelines on these? Even though I know they always get pushed out.
You're getting juicy on this.
Yeah.
So there's some that we just released, some triggers and things like that we just released last week that they can check out their account for, and then we'll have more coming in the near future.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and for those that were tuning in just for Travify's, there is one session, EDUSPOTS 2 back with Betsy from Peak Travel that pairs really, really well with this. Because essentially what their online form is part of their sales process. And she talks about how she honed in on what questions to ask and narrow it down so that they can have higher conversion rates and higher sales numbers.
Oh, super important, because I've seen a lot of advisors that make those client forms or inquiry forms a novel. Like 30 questions. And like, I don't know about you, but in the sales process, asking 30 questions is not the best first step in that sales process. And so figuring out, I always call it like escalating commitment of figuring out how do you get the information you need to get them to the next step. Not any more or any less in that process.
Do you know, let's put a link into the travel agent chatter. I don't remember which number it is, but with Alpaca Your Bags Travel, because she does a great job too. With not only does she have a great name,
phenomenal
but she has
branding.
Yeah, she does great branding, and she has a great sales process with her form on the site, and she talks about it. And Scott, one of the things I want to point out is that I really love that you kept saying is the personable, not pushy. Because I think so often the word sales is tied to slime and like overly aggressive, and sales does not need to be like that. You read some books and you think, oh, I need to be aggressive and pushy, and you don't. You can be very effective while being personable.
I heard a funny expression a couple of weeks ago in a sales chatter thing, and they called it commission breath. And I was like, oh, that captures it in a very vivid way. And I was like, that's perfect and gross all at the same time. But that like embodies what you're talking about of being personable, not pushy. Just be a human and provide value to them and provide expertise and great service, and they will love you for it.
Yes, exactly. Oh my gosh. This is possibly my most favorite thing that's come out of Host Week, is adding this to my lexicon.
Yes, you can use that free of charge.
I know. Now it's on the internet, and it's just going to go viral from here, Scott.
Yes. You heard it here first.
Yes, exactly. Let me just check. So if you missed the presentation, yes, you can definitely watch it. So this is all recorded. It all will live on our YouTube channel. You can watch the previous day's recordings, and there are short links in the description where you can check out every session. So Scott, I don't see any more questions. Thank you so much for coming on. It was wonderful to see you.
No, my pleasure. Thank you so much for the invite. Thank you for all the work that you and your team put in. I know we can appreciate this is not a small amount of work. This is months in the making. So thank you for putting on this amazing Host Week.
Thank you so much, Scott. And thanks for being a part of it. We really loved it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Well, day 2, everybody, check that off our list, but there are still 3 more days to go. So how was that? Did you like it? If you haven't already given today's presentation a YouTube thumbs up, go ahead and do that. And if you really, really liked it, you can go ahead and subscribe. By the way, I don't know if anyone noticed, but both dogs are here with me right now. You can see the puppy balloons. So tomorrow is another full and fun day of education, and we hope to see you all if you stumbled on Host Week, however it came across your screen, and you haven't registered yet, make sure to head on over to hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek and get registered. That way you'll get the links directly to watch it, as well as the email tomorrow with the agenda. If you are having any trouble registering, you can always email hello@hostagencyreviews.com and we will get it taken care of for you. So what is up for tomorrow? Let me give you a quick run through. We have the coffee spots starting at 11 a.m. Central Time with Turn. If you don't know Turn, they are an all-in-one platform for advisors. Great to check it out for technology for your office. Then we have Jenny Desmond with our One Thing. And I know someone asked about this in the questions. She is going to be doing a One Thing to know about going full time. So if that's something you'd like in your future, make sure to tune in at 11:50 Central Time for that. And then tomorrow's keynote is Burton Kelso, who will be talking about how to make sure your social media accounts don't get hacked. It is awful if it happens. I don't know if you've heard the horror stories, especially if you're using it for business. You want to make sure your social media accounts are secure. So tune in for that. And then let me read through who we have for our interviews tomorrow for Consortia and host agencies. So we have Travel Leaders Network for our Consortia. And then for hosts, we have Avoya, KHM, Nexion Travel Group, who is one of our sponsors today, so thank you. Carlisle Travel, Dugan's Travels, Travel Leaders Market Square, Travel Resources Group, and then, of course, we wrap up with our EDUSPOTS, and there's great ones tomorrow. So the first one is Whitney Schindler. If you've never seen her speak, she's got great information, and she is going to do one that is almost applicable. We get this question all the time. 8 things to ask a new to you DMC. So if you need to go to a location and you don't know how to vet that DMC, which is the on the ground, they call them the destination management companies, tune in for Whitney's. Then we have Christine Hardenberger, who's going to be doing the Reels Blueprint, how to create 30 Reels in 20 minutes, which I need to tune into because I think I made a Reel the other day. I have no idea what I'm doing half the time in social media anymore. And then Mary and I will be doing a data-driven growth one, tips on using the info from our research reports on how to benchmark your business, make sure you're doing well and seeing ways that you can grow. And wow, it's a real Steph Lee type of EDUSPOT tomorrow. So then it's me again with Mark Casto, and it's beginning with the end in mind. And this is, again, building a future-ready travel agency for a successful exit. And the reason that even if you are brand new and just thinking about starting your travel agency, the reason you should be tuning into that one is from the very beginning, you never know what's going to happen in life. You want to make sure that you are building your agency from day one so that if something comes up unexpectedly, you know you are ready to sell. And the other thing is you want to make sure as you're building your business that you know what you need to do to maximize the amount that you can get for your agency when and if you ever decide to exit. So that's a great one just to start planting seeds, because now is the time because you're building the infrastructure for your agency. Whew, that was a lot. So before we wrap up our day, just another quick thank you to our sponsors who help keep this free. Our weekly sponsors are KHM Travel Group, Levarte Travel, and I just learned from Rita that it's not Lucia, it's Lucia. So Lucia, the new marketplace for travel, luxury travel assistance, Globus family of brands, and then our daily sponsorship from Nexion Travel Group. So from the whole team here at Host Agency Reviews, thank you again for joining us for Host Week, and we will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time for the Turn Coffee Spot, or at 12 p.m. Central Time for another day of awesome content. Thank you all.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day and the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yeah.